Good morning and welcome to our Angus show here this morning, the Keystone International Livestock Show. We are on the Angus, open Angus side of the arena. We are starting with a single entry cow-calf pair exhibited by KILE Simpson. They're entering the ring at this time. Your cow's birth date is March 15th, 2022. In the makeup area, I am looking for David Bell with his cow-calf pair 4 and older.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to the large arena for our Sim Genetics show, which is exhibiting in Ring 2. Currently in the ring, we have Class 1001. That is the cow-calf pair, 3 years and younger.
Well, good morning. Really nice pair to start off our Angus show. A cow that's extremely long through the center portion of her body, yet when she gets out, she covers her track, really elegant in her movements, doing a whale of a job with a really nice, extremely attractive heifer calf. A heifer calf that's got that added dimension in terms of her rib shape and her lower 1/3. Just an excellent pair.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to start the first class with this red pair of semis. I like the udder on this cow. I think she moves a little bit better from behind, and we've got a lot of performance in the bull. He's just a big, stout, growthy bull, and I think just a high-performing cow-calf pair for first. This one's probably a bit showier type of a female. She's really smooth in her shoulder. She's got a much more attractive head and neck compared to the class winner. She's got a very, very attractive calf at her side. The cow doesn't want to get out and move quite as free and easy from behind, but I see her having that calf and that cow both having a really good future, and I really like the attractiveness and femininity that pair brings to us.
Good morning. On your Angus side, results of Class 30 is as follows. First was awarded to KILE Simpson with Cool Pines K&J Lady. In the ring now, we have David Bell with a 4 and older cow-calf pair.
Results of Class 1001, the cow-calf pairs 3 and younger in our Sim Genetics show. First place will go to entry number 3552, exhibited by Tucker Kresge. Second place is entry number 2673, shown by Elizabeth Guker. Now in the ring is Class 1002, cow-calf pairs 4 and older.
Another single entry here in our Angus show, in our mature cow. We have a cow that's really nice in her makeup, a cow that has that dimension. She has a really nice udder for a cow coming in 9, coming 10, a cow that's doing a whale of a job. This is a really nice heifer calf, extremely sound, got that added dimension through the center portion of her body we like to see. Cow's extremely feminine, really long-sided, just an excellent pair.
This is a powerful cow-calf pair right here. This is a beautiful cow, great udder. She really gets out and goes, and she's in good condition. And that calf at her side is really good as well. I think extremely sound, very well balanced, very attractive. I just think this is a great cow-calf pair in this breed, and congratulations to you both.
Good morning from your Angus side. Results of Class 31 cow-calf pair 4 years and older was awarded to David Bell with Cherry Knoll Elsa. In the ring at this time, we have your class winner from Class 30 cow-calf pairs 3 and younger, and class winner from Class 31 cow-calf pair 4 years and older. Our judge is going to select your grand and reserved grand champion cow-calf pair at this time.
In our Sim Genetics ring, results of Class 1002 cow-calf pairs 4 and older. First place will go to Aaron Long with entry number 4226. We are now ready for selection of our cow-calf champion and reserve.
Well, the quality is really deep here on the Angus cow-calf side. We didn't have very many numbers, but we've got 2 excellent pair come back out here for our champion. The little younger cow's really long-sided female, really elegant in the way she moves around the ring. Cow's got a lot of future to her. As we got into the older cow, a cow that's really holding herself together, really elegant in her design. We really like the 2 calves out here. For me today, I'm going to go ahead and use your mature cow to be our champion, and the younger cow will be our reserve.
I'm really impressed with the calves we have on these pair of cows. We've got a big, growthy, muscular bull there that I think has lots of outcome, and a real sound red cow there that can get out and go free and easy. I like how that udder's attached quite a ways up into the belly wall, and that's a real nice cow-calf pair. For champion, this pair here kind of sets itself apart just in terms of her soundness and her eye appeal and the quality that she has at her side. That's a high-quality heifer that I think that heifer could do a lot. If she holds herself together up there through her front, maybe a little more brisket than she needs right at this time, her throat, but she's sound, she's stout, she's got shape. I really like the substance that she brings to the class. So congratulations to both you. This group right here will be your champion. You guys will be reserved. Congratulations to you both.
On your Angus side, your grand champion cow-calf pair was exhibited by David Bell with Cherry Knoll Elsa 1663, exhibitor 4597. And your reserve grand champion cow-calf pair was exhibited by Kylie Simpson with Cool Pines K and J Lady. We're going to take a quick couple of pictures here of our cow-calf pair, and then we are going to be ready to roll into your junior heifer-calf division. We are looking for 4 exhibitors: Kylie Simpson, Piper Cates, James Mullenix, and Mackenzie Weigert. Please be at ringside. Again, we are getting ready to start our Angus heifer division. Please be at ringside.
In our Sim Genetics show, congratulations to our champion cow-calf pair, which is entry number 4226. That is exhibited by Aaron Long. That is KILE Harley. And our reserve is entry number 3552, shown by Tucker Kresge, and that is T16 Willow. Congratulations. Currently in the ring in our Sim Genetics show is class number 1005A. These are spring heifer calves, April and May in age. We'd like to take a minute to introduce our judge for our Sim Genetics and Simmental shows today. That is Mr. Lee Denzer from Kewanee, Illinois. He has been involved in the livestock industry his entire life and spent his career as a lifelong college educator. Lee started his career at the University of Illinois, then a couple years later at Joliet Junior College, and a majority of his career at Blackhawk, East Campus in Kewanee, Illinois. He has been an animal science professor, teaching meat animal evaluation, and has coached or co-coached several national champion livestock judging teams and individuals throughout the years. He has raised and shown livestock as a youth in both 4-H and FFA, and is a parent and a breeder. Many very popular current judges of all ages have been students at Blackhawk that have been taught by Lee. He has judged shows in nearly 35 states, judging national shows as well as many county and state shows from coast to coast. He's one of very few judges that has judged multiple national shows in both beef and swine. Through it all, he has enjoyed working with young students of all ages. He has also enjoyed working and consulting with many producers with their beef cattle herds and livestock. So we'd like to offer a warm welcome to Mr. Lee Denzer.
I'm super excited to be here. This class winner, she doesn't get you excited, then maybe we don't need to be doing this, but she really is a great heifer to start with. You know, is she perfect? Maybe not at the ground just yet, but man, is she ever attractive. Wow, does she go? Her top line is tremendous, and she's extremely attractive. She's got some substance to her center body. I think that one has tremendous outcome in this group. After that, I can debate with you on any of the remaining four. This other red and white heifer, I think just in terms of substance, bone, volume, I like her quite a bit. I think we can get these cattle just a little bit too refined at times, and I know I'd like to clean her up through her throat just a bit, but she's got some bone, got some substance, got some growth, and I think she, from a profile, dimension standpoint, she's the most like our class winner from that standpoint. This red heifer is really a beautiful heifer. I think both fourth and fifth are both really, really, really attractive females. This one here may have just a bit more to her through her forerib, through her body, through her flank. The black heifer is extremely attractive. I see a lot of outcome in both of those heifers. This heifer is just quite a bit greener than the first three. She comes up just a bit narrower at the surface, but she's a young baby. And we don't really know, you know, we know what the ages are, but we don't really know exactly where we are sometimes at this stage. But that's a quality heifer that just needs more to her. This heifer, compared to the one right ahead of her, she's got more bone, she's got more muscle, she has more substance, but at the same time, she's a little bit quicker through her hip, wants to take a shorter stride on both ends of her skeleton. Again, a quality heifer to bring at the end of the class, but a good class and a fun class to start our show.
Good morning and welcome back here to your Angus side of the ring this morning. We are ready to start our heifer show with Class 34A Junior Heifer Calves. These calves are born March 2025. We're looking at April 2nd to May 5th. We have 4 entries in this class. Again, Angus heifers in Class 34A Junior Heifer Calves.
Results of the spring heifer calf class in the SimGenetics show, April and May in age. First place goes to entry number 1123. That is SNS BTOM Beautiful Things, exhibited by the Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. Second place is entry 4227. That is EJSC Style and Rose, shown by Aaron Long. Third is entry 3874, shown by Mackenzie Mankey. Fourth is 4023, shown by Carter Brown. And our fifth place is entry number 3268, exhibited by Castle Valley. Now in the ring, we have Class 1005B. This is spring heifer calves, March in age.
Extremely nice set of heifers top to bottom in this class to start off our female show. Little heifer we're going to start the class with. When we get her in motion out here, she gets out, takes a nice full stride. She's really soft through the center portion of that body. She's really balanced in that underline. I like that. She has some base width when you watch her walk away from you from behind. A heifer, I think, kind of wins the class from the ground up. As we get into the second place heifer, really close behind this heifer that wins our class. A little longer sided female. That being said, maybe just a little more restricted in her movement out here today for me, but a really nice female. You love the length of spine, the length out through that front end. She's extremely feminine, just a really nice female. Really close pair there at the top. Heifer coming out next, I think, kind of follows them in terms of her base width and her softness through the center portion of her body. A heifer that wants to get up just a little bit in that tail head for me today. I think some of it might just be she's a little excited, but I think a heifer that's got a lot of future to her, extremely attractive, got that nice soft rib shape to her, just an excellent female. Heifer to round out the class, a heifer that's probably the youngest heifer in the class, a heifer that's not quite as far along in terms of condition. That being said, I'd like to relax this heifer just a little bit in that spine when we get her out in motion. But again, a heifer with a lot of future to her, a lot of length of spine, extremely feminine, fancy female.
In this March class of Simmental, I really love this heifer that starts a class. She really wanted to be kind of a butthead when we started. But when she got loose, you could really study how she moves and her quality. I'm not suggesting that. But she's just a great heifer at the ground. She's just really well balanced, good in her top line, good out through her hip. Plus, I really like the attractiveness coupled with the amount of body and mass that she brings to the class. The heifer in second, I think she follows here pretty good. She's not quite as much to her when you get right behind her or when you stand right in front of her through her chest floor. But I do like her design, her balance, her eye appeal from the side. We just need to give her a little bit more body and dimension if she wants to run with the heifer that wins. The final three in the class, we could sort them about any way you choose to. I opted for the heifer that's got a bit more to her. I thought she had more substance, more bone, more rib and body. She's not quite as long in her skeleton as the other heifers in the class, but I still like the way she's built. And if we can soften her up at the surface, I think she's going to continue to get better. This is easily the heifer in the class that's the greenest, the thinnest in her condition, but there's quality there because she's good in her body depth, she's good at the ground, she just needs to have more just mass and substance and body if she's going to compete with the heifers ahead of her. This red heifer, there's some good in her. She's got shape across her loin, she's got dimension from behind, but she's also a little rounder through her shoulder, maybe a little bit deeper there and through her chest. But a really strong set of March heifers. Congratulations.
Results of Class 34A here on your Angus side, your junior heifer calves. In Class 34 is as follows. Congratulations, Piper Cates. Second to James Mullenix. Third to Mackenzie Wingert. And fourth to KILE Simpson. Reading down your program, 4, 1, 2, 3. In the ring at this time, we have a class of 5 head in your Angus 34B junior heifer calf division. Birth dates are ranging from March 5th to March 14th. We will have our next heifer division should be in the makeup area at this time. That would be Class 35. Class 35 should be in the makeup area.
Results of Class 1005B Spring Heifer Calves March in Age in our Sim Genetics show. First place went to entry number 1766. That is Stotler's Queen of Country, shown by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. Second place is entry number 2266, Veronica, exhibited by Paisley Mumford. Third is entry 1478, exhibited by Greystone Farms. Fourth was 4018, shown by Carter Brown. And fifth is 2438, exhibited by Trip Jordan. For those following along in the catalog, 4489 was a scratch. We are now showing Class 1006A, February Junior Heifer calves.
Interesting class of March heifers here. There's a lot of give and take and some differences in size and kind out here. The heifer that kind of comes to the top for me is the heifer that's probably the most trouble-free for me. Heifer's got a little future left in her. She has that look that I like to see. She's up-headed. She goes out of the top side of that shoulder into her neck really nice. Extremely well balanced. I love the structure to this heifer. She'll go on and make a really nice female. Heifer coming out next, a little more rugged built maybe. With that being said, maybe wants to roll her shoulder just a little bit when we put her in motion, but a heifer with a lot of future on down the road. It'll be interesting, a heifer with this much bone and this much substance to her. how she'll go ahead and progress. Extremely long-sided, adequate in terms of her femininity for me. A heifer that's got that added muscle shape and chest floor to her. Real similar heifer coming out here in third. A heifer maybe like to change the way she comes into that neck out of the top side of her shoulder, but a heifer that's got a lot of capacity. She's got that rib shape, that level underline, and still soft in her makeup. Heifer that's got a lot of future left in her. Really attractive female rounding out the class. A heifer maybe wants to get outside herself on her front too as we put her in motion, but I think a heifer that's going to go on and make a really attractive yearling female. Heifer that's really feminine through that front end, extremely long-sided, just a really nice female.
Welcome back here to your Angus ring. Results of class 34B in your junior heifer calf class is as follows. First, congratulations, Allison Schultz. Second, Kylie Simpson. Third, David Bell. And fourth was awarded to Hawks Hill Farm. We are now ready for our single entry in class 34B. Again, I'm looking for the single entry by Alyssa Slimmer of Rough Water Cattle. Class 34B needs to be in the ring at this time. No? I apologize. Alyssa is in the yearling class. That wasn't updated on my program. So we're going to go ahead and move on to class 35. Junior heifer calves in the Angus division. I am looking for calves with birth dates of February 10th to February 18th. We should have 4 entries. Class 35 in the ring, 4 entries, February division. Thank you.
In this class of calves, boy, we got a really good pair to start with. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch this pair. I think both of them are elite, and I think both of them are strong in their areas. The heifer I chose to start with, both of them are very similar in their center rib, their natural width of base, and the way they move. What separates them, in my opinion, is I think the heifer that wins a little slimmer through her neck. Her neck maybe sets up there a little higher on the top of her shoulder, and she's just a totally more attractive female. And I just like the way she combines that look with the amount of rib and the amount of soundness that she brings to the class. This heifer here sure is stout. This young lady that she has, she's got a little more throat, but really, really a nice female in terms of her bone, her substance, the amount of mass that she has at the top of her skeleton. Just not quite as attractive right there through her front 1/3. This next heifer that comes out is another quality female. She's attractive, she's sound, she gets out and goes. Just not quite as much to her when you get right behind her. Same with this heifer that comes next. I really like her extension. She's the longest, most up-headed female of the class, and she handles her frame really well. This young man is doing a nice job here. Really an attractive heifer. Maybe could add just a bit more flesh and ability to her to have her move up a notch or two, but she's coming. She's going to be a really good heifer as she goes. Next heifer here, she wants to be a little bit more separated right there between her forerib as she goes into her shoulder. She's not quite as smooth through that area. Doesn't have quite the top line smoothness that we see in the upper end of the class, but as far as soundness, her length of stride, the amount of bone that she has, that's a quality heifer that's going to be an easy keeping type of a female from here on out. This next heifer here, I think, is a quality heifer that's extended in her makeup, really long-sided, just takes a little tighter, more restricted stride on both ends. The heifer that closes the class here, she's just a bit more refined, again, pretty green in her makeup. We give her just more flesh and ability and body. Her look, her eye appeal from the side will allow her to move up and challenge the upper part of the class. Nice, nice class of females here as we finish this class of semis.
Results of Class 1006A, Junior Heifer Calves, February in age, in our Sim Genetics show. First place will go to entry number 2475, exhibited by Connor London. That is CLAC Change of Heart 65N. Second place is entry number 2308. That is SNRS Miss Saturday, exhibited by Kelsey Broughton. Third place is entry number 510, shown by KNT Beef Farm. Fourth, entry 511, also shown by KNT Beef Farm. Fifth is entry 3689, shown by Madison Young. Sixth place is entry 3504, exhibited by Charlotte Smithson. Seventh place entry is 3668, shown by James Hicks. Now in the ring, we will have Class 1006B, Junior Heifer Calves, January of age.
Young man heifer that we're going to start off the class with. The heifer, I think, just comes to the top pretty easy for me in terms of her balance. You get behind this heifer, she has that added dimension when you look down her top. She holds herself together really nice. A heifer that's really clean through her joint work. She's extended out through that front. She has that feminine look, but yet she's still got some chest floor in her and some base width when you view her from behind. A heifer with just a lot of future to her. Heifer coming out next most closely follows her in terms of kind for me, I think. A heifer maybe not quite as stout, not quite as true in terms of her base width as the heifer that leads off a class. But again, a heifer with a lot of future to her. She's lean in her condition right now, a heifer that's got a lot of future to her. Just like to loosen her up just a little bit on those rear two as we move her away, but I think a heifer with a lot of future. Next heifer coming out, really lean made heifer, a heifer that's really free and easy moving when we get her out here. She flexes good at the ground. A heifer, when you view her up close, maybe like to pick her up just a little bit in behind those shoulders. Heifer just like to level her top out just a little bit for me today, but a heifer with a lot of future. Really lean heifer coming out here next. A heifer is probably the greenest heifer in the class. She has a lot of future to her. She has that right look. She comes out of the top side of that shoulder really nice through that neck. Has that ultra feminine look that we like to see, but just giving up a little bit in terms of performance today to the heifers above her.
Results of Class 35 Junior Heifer Calf Division. First was awarded to Sawyer McGrew with GCR SGM Sarah's Dream. That heifer was born February 16, 2025. Second went to Macy Fessler, exhibitor number 2182. Third to David Bell, and fourth to Troy Heath. In the ring at this time, we have Angus cattle in Class 36. This is your last class before we move into our Junior Heifer Calf Division. We have 4 entries. Birth dates on these heifers range from January 11th to January 28th, 2025. At the conclusion of this class, we will select our champion junior and reserve champion junior heifer calf in our Angus side and move into our late senior heifer calf division.
Another set of really useful females come out here in this class of January's. The heifer we're going to lead off the class with, heifer that's probably has the most condition on her, but with that being said, she has the most things right with her. I think you like the way her hock sets, you like the way she sits at the ground on her front too. A heifer that has that added dimension through the center portion of her body. Maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of length there to the heifer in second, but I think she does so with a lot of style, and she's really up-headed, nice female. As the heifer comes out in second, I think a heifer that's got that added length to her, we'd maybe like to pull her apart just a little bit in that forerib, maybe free her up just a little bit and let her get out here and move on as we put her in motion. But a heifer that's got that design, she has that long hip, she has that long front, heifer that's got that added rib shape. As we get into our third place heifer that's really long-sided, a heifer that's got that extra length, that extra performance, maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of power, in terms of that hip and shape through her rear to the heifers that start off our class. But I think a heifer that has that useful look to her. She has that chest floor, that springer rib, heifer that's got a lot of future left in her. Leanest heifer in the class, rounding out the class, a heifer that maybe gives up a little bit in terms of performance, but I think this heifer has that added look as far as style. She's really up-headed. A heifer that has a little bit of length, just needs to see how she looks a little further on down the road.
I thought this class was extremely strong from front to top to bottom. I really didn't have a lot of trouble finding this heifer. I thought when we just talk about that look that you look for, I think she's exemplifies that extremely well. She's really extremely correct in her structure. She's a very attractive female, yet you get up in front of her and you like her chest width, you like the amount of rib and body that she has, and she's a really good heifer when you get in right behind her. I think this is a great heifer as well. This heifer here is maybe not quite as slim through her throat, but boy, it'll be really fun for you, both of you guys, as you go throughout the summer and throughout the winter and then into the spring as these heifers get to be bred females next year, just to kind of see how they come together. And I think that's the fun part of all of this. But both those heifers, I think, are really, really powerful to win this class. The third and fourth, fifth, I'm pretty honest. I try to be very honest when I judge, sometimes to my undoing, but I think you could probably switch those heifers around. The heifer that I chose to lead with of those three, I just think she has more shape to her top. I think she's just set apart just a bit wider at the ground, and I like how her neck is set right there on the top of her shoulder. Doesn't get out and move quite as free and easy, not quite as nicely balanced maybe as the first two, but a really high quality female in her own right. This heifer may fit in a little nicer because of her side profile look compared to first and second, but there just isn't quite enough bone, not quite enough top line strength, and she's just not quite as powerful in through her center body compared to the upper part of the drive. This is the heifer that I probably had as much trouble with as any heifer of the class, and I hope you don't get too upset about being fifth, because this heifer's got a lot of good in her. She's really high-headed. She's long in her body. She gets out and goes real free and easy. Today, she wants to be a bit tighter through her center body, or right there, her forerib, for the amount of extension that she has. I think as she fills out and matures, she could be a really, really powerful heifer. Today, just maybe a little bit green, and maybe her frame doesn't quite match her body just yet, but I think as she comes, she's going to get awfully, awfully good. A young man here that has a red heifer that closed the class just gives up too much performance. Don't get too discouraged there, young man. You've got a nice heifer. You've done a nice job. Just hang in there. She's easy fleshing. She's a quality female, just not as powerful at the ground, not quite as much stoutness, and isn't quite as attractive, but she's also very, very green in terms of her makeup.
Results of Class 36 in your Angus division is as follows. Congratulations, Allison Schultz, Exhibitor 2521 with Washington Pearl 885. Second to Olivia Gagne. Third to Endless Mountain Angus Farm. And fourth to Jillian Weaver. In the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors. From Class 34A is Piper Cates exhibiting SSF Proving Queen. From Class 34B is Allison Schultz with Washington Farms Last 395. Your winner of Class 35 was exhibited by Sawyer McGrew with GCR SGM Sarah's Dream. And from our last class again, your winner was Allison Schultz with Washington Pearl 885.
Currently entering the ring in our SimGenetics show are the females that will be selected for Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve. We will have entry number 1123, 1766, 24,
Really nice division here to start off our Angus show and these junior heifer calves. I felt like we had a lot of quality. We were really good all the way down through all these classes, and I think when we get them back out here, we can kind of see what the breed's doing. I mean, if they've got them where they have some dimension to them, they have some soundness when we put them in motion. I feel like these heifers that are the class winners out here kind of came to the top, and deservedly so. I'm going to go out and take one more look, and I'll select your champion. But my congratulations to these exhibitors in this first division. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, we're going to try this again. In our Simgenetics Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve class, we'll have 1123, 1766, 2475, and 4491. And results of our Class 1006B, first place went to entry number 4491. That is HOEL Willow 502N, shown by Lydia Covert. Second place was 4412. That's Miss Lucy GFN 12, shown by Blake Kitzmiller. Third was entry number 5162, exhibited by the Terra Rubra Terra Farm. Fourth was entry number 313 by Mission Valley Farm. Fifth was entry 2676. That's James Hicks. Sixth was 3550, shown by Tucker Kresge. Again, we are now exhibiting Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve.
And on our Angus side, we would like to congratulate the following exhibitors. Your champion junior heifer calf was exhibited by Piper McGrew and is GCR SGM's Sarah's Dream. Your reserve junior heifer calf was exhibited by Piper Cates with SSF Proven Queen. We are now moving into our late senior heifer calf division. Our first class is 39A with 2 entries. These heifers range in age from November 17th to November 28th.
Really nice pair here we have for our senior heifer calf, or late seniors, I guess. Heifer that comes to the top for me. She has a lot of things she does right. She has that added chest floor, that added dimension to her rib. She gets out and travels really nice. She's good when she's on the stand as far as on her feet and legs. A heifer that's got that added length for that performance we need. Heifer comes to the top pretty easy for me. Really fancy heifer comes out here in second. Just gives up quite a little bit in terms of length of side to the heifer that leads off our class. And she maybe doesn't have quite that much dimension to her, comparing her to the heifer that starts the class. But a heifer that's really nice in her makeup. She's extremely feminine. Heifer with a lot of future left in her.
I consider it a real honor to be here and to judge at the Keystone International, and I especially consider it an honor to be asked to judge the Simmental breed and the percentage and the purebreds as we go. Boy, I tell you what, there's a powerful set of calves in here. I don't care where you are in America. You get a lineup like this, your breed's going to move forward. These first class winners and then the seconds that follow them up. I'm really, really proud to have them out here, and I'm really happy for your breed and for you, each of you exhibitors and your families. I know how much time it takes and how much money it costs and so forth to get out there. We're at a really great time in the cattle industry, and producing high quality animals is going to continue to hopefully pay off for your individual enterprises. And I'm just happy, very, very happy to be part of it and excited to be here. Before I select your champion and reserve champion calf, I know we don't have a huge crowd, but It's a Friday morning. It's beautiful outside. It's a great day to be alive. And let's give these kids a great round of applause here if those of you in the crowd would help me out. As I make my final thoughts towards champion calf, I think both the heifers on each end maybe are a bit more similar. The two heifers that win the second and third calf classes maybe have a little more in common. These two on the end are pretty unique, in my opinion, for their extension and attractiveness and that show look, and still have a tremendous amount of rib and capacity to them. These two heifers in the middle are maybe a bit more moderately framed at this juncture, but I really, really like the substance that they bring, coupled with the look that they have to them as well. So it'll be my pleasure to select your champion reserve calf. Once again, let's give these kids a great round of applause.
Congratulations, and junior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 4491. That's HOEL Willow. She is a 24-carat daughter born January 26, 2025, and exhibited by Lydia Covert. And reserve will be entry number 1123. That is SNS BTOM Beautiful Things. She is an April 6, 2025 female, sired by Revelation 2K and exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle.
We have just one entry in this fall class, but boy, she could stand some competition. She's got plenty of rib. She's got really good shape to her loin and from behind. She's an attractive female, just a quality calf to be an individual class winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations in first place in class 1009. Winner heifer calves will go to entry number 3499. That is TMAK Mascara, exhibited by Ellie Hensley.
Really nice class of heifers here. We got heifers that have some good things about them from top to bottom. Heifer I'm going to start off the class with probably is the most trouble-free heifer for me. A heifer that has that design we like to see. She has that lower rib shape to her. She has some chest floor to her without being too chesty out in front for a heifer that's been on feed, heifer that's fresh in her condition. I love the design of this heifer and the size. She's just about right for me. Heifer most closely follows her is this heifer coming out in second. A heifer you really love the way she comes out of the top side of that shoulder blade out through that elegant neck. A heifer that's good at the ground. Maybe like to see her just a little different on those front two for me, but that's being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Heifer coming out here next maybe has just a little more structure to her. Heifer's got that added bone, that added looseness. But with that being said, maybe doesn't quite have that forerib to her, the heifers that are in front of her. But again, being pretty picky on a heifer with an awful lot of look, an awful lot of bone under her. Heifer's got a lot of future left in her. Big, stout, long-sided female coming out here next. Like to maybe change her at the ground. I'd like to free her up just a little bit to get her any higher today, but I think a heifer that's got that added length, she has that added dimension and that chest floor in her, heifer with a lot of future as a cow out there. Next heifer coming out, this heifer, she's a load. Now, she's got a lot to her. She's probably a little more heavily conditioned, but that being said, she has that ability. This heifer's easy keeping. She's got that added dimension in terms of her rib shape. She's got that added power to her. Heifer with a lot of future to her. Congratulations to that whole class.
40A is getting ready.
In our next fall class, it's just a matter of volume and a matter of just natural width of base. This heifer here, she's quite a bit sounder, and when you get in front of her and you stand behind her, there's just so much more total body, and then it ties together pretty well when you get going on the move. The Baldy doesn't want to act very good for this young lady today, but that's a pretty good heifer underneath of there. She's really smooth in her shoulder. She's got a really attractive kind of a neck and head, and she just doesn't have quite as much to her when you get right in front of her and you stand behind her, and that's where they separate themselves in that pair.
In your Angus division, results of Class 39B, late senior heifer calves from October 1st went to Medilla Schaefer. Second was awarded to Jackson Manwiller. Third to Clancy Stockdale. Fourth to Chad Hayscamp, and fifth to Colton Grimm. In the ring at this time, we have Class 40 early senior heifer calves. Heifers in this class range in age from September 6th to September 23rd. At the conclusion of this class, we are going to have your senior heifer calf division. If you're following the program, again, we have a senior heifer calf division at the conclusion of this class. Thank you.
In our SimGenetics ring, results of Class 1010 senior heifer calves, September and age. First place went to entry number 3679, exhibited by Madison Young. Second place, entry 3736, exhibited by Avery Young. We are now selecting our senior heifer calf champion and reserve.
In the senior calf division, two really functional looking cow prospects. I really like their rib shape. I like their body depth, their uniformity to their body depth. Both are plenty attractive fronted, and they just look like you could turn both these out and get them bred, and if they're not bred already, and just turn them loose and get along really, really well. So I really think they're quality females. Maybe not quite as showy as a couple we had in the calf class, but both these females, I certainly appreciate what you brought to the class. It's my pleasure. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause, and I'll select your champions in this division.
Congratulations in our Simgenetics ring to our senior heifer calf champion, entry number 3499. That is TMAK Mascara. She is a November 6, 2024 female, sired by Lonesome Keaton and exhibited by Ellie Hensley. And our reserve in that division is entry 3679. That is M.A. Miss Hallie. She is a September 15th, 24 female, sired by LLW Card Compass and exhibited by Madison Young. We are now on class 1014 junior yearling heifers.
Here in our September Angus heifer class, we've got a really nice pair of heifers out here. Heifer I'm going to start off the class with, probably the heifer the most furthest along, heifer with the most weight. But with that being said, she has that added look that we like to see in the show ring, a heifer that it's up-headed. She's laid in that shoulder. She has that added length and still has some shape to her lower rib. As we get into the heifer that's second, a heifer that's really attractive kind of female, gives up a little bit in terms of length of spine through the center portion of her body. Maybe not quite the power we had in the heifer. It leads off the class, but again, a really nice female with a lot of future left in her.
Congratulations. Results of Class 40A is as follows. Connor Mullenix wins that class with Windy Ridge's Sheila, exhibitor number 1536. In second was Zoe Hossman with Beaver Creek's Sakara with exhibitor number 1014. At this time, we are going to select your senior heifer calf. That is a right-in division. We are looking for Hawk Hill Farms, HWK Delilah Beauty from class 39, Madilla Schaefer from class 39 with SCC Sandy's Tradition, and from our last class, Connor Mullenix with Windy Ridge's Sheila. Again, we are selecting your champion senior heifer calf at this time in the Angus division.
Really nice set of heifers here in our senior calf division. I think as we get our class winners back out here, I think you can kind of see that these heifers all have a similar look to them. Heifers that have that added dimension. Some of them excel in certain points better than others, but I think I've got the best ones out here for me today. I'm going to go out and show you the two I like to win this division. Congratulations to these senior heifer calf exhibitors.
Catching up here on your Angus, your division champion, your senior calf division winner was awarded to Medilla Schaefer with SCC Sandy's Tradition. Your reserve came from the second in that class, Jackson Manwiller with SCC Phyllis. Both of these heifers came from your late senior heifer calf division and class 39B. Moving right along here, we are getting ready to look at class 44. Early summer yearling heifers. We have 4 entries in this class. Ages range from May 4th to June 17th. First and second in this place will become your champion and reserve champion intermediate Angus heifer. Therefore, we are looking for class 47, class 47, and class 48. Please be on deck.
Well, if you're not awake, you probably ought to wake up, because this class is, I know what is your breed known for and the quality that you have, and man, it's fun to judge these, and yet I know every decision I make is, highly monitored, and you get these good ones like this, but man, I tell you what, from top to bottom, I've judged a lot of Simmentals over the years, and not very much in the last 4 or 5, but boy, the distance that you folks have come in terms of just soundness and completeness and so forth is just outstanding. So this is a division as well. So while they're here, let's give these young people and these exhibitors a great round of applause. This heifer, I mean, she's maybe has a little more honor than I really would like through her lower third, but other than that, man, it starts at the surface with her. She just is so good in her structure. She fills her track. She's got cushion at the heel. She's got good bone. Not as stout maybe in her bone as a couple of the others, but man, is she ever attractive. Really tremendous in her top line. Tremendous amount of shape and dimension. She's got lots to her, but yet it's in a real smooth package and really a quite high quality female to start. This heifer here, I'm just not quite sure how she fits in the class. There's some things I just love about her. I think compositionally she's probably a bit more correct than the class winner. I think she's got a bit more bone, which I like, and she has an advantage in, I think, composition and bone work. I do like the way her neck sets on top of her shoulder like I do the class winner. I like her, really, really like her at the stand. I don't think she moves quite as great out of her front end compared to the class winner, but at the same time, that's pretty nitpicky. She just isn't maybe quite as attractive right there through her brisket and up a front, but boy, that's being picky too. Both these heifers are tremendous, and I wouldn't argue with anyone if they chose to like this heifer to win. The heifer in third at the stand, I think she runs with this heifer. In fact, I had him switched there for a bit, but when she goes in motion, she wants to just go a little bit tighter along her top line. She just sets them down a little bit harder from behind. But man, when you get behind this rip, whoo, she's got tremendous shape to her top, to her hip, and at the stand, she just has that look that you look for. I mean, she's just so correct in her top line, her hip, her at the ground, up front. Really, really good heifer. Next heifer, when she goes, boy, she looks like a lady from one end of her skeleton to the other. Today, she's a bit shallower through her heart, not quite as much ribbon body, but this young lady's doing a great job, and that one's going to make a nice mama, I think, as is this young lady, both of these females here towards the end of the class. This heifer here, this young lady's doing a nice job with her. She could use a little more fleshing ability, I guess, compared to a couple of the other heifers, but her basic fundamentals and her design are quite good. The female that finished the class, I think she's the younger one of the drive, but her challenges are she just isn't good enough at the way she travels right behind. She wants to go over in her ankle there from behind and get just a bit tighter along her top line and through her body and flank. Really a great set of females here in that class.
In our Sim Genetics show, congratulations, and champion junior yearling female will go to entry number 1768. That is SNS TSSC Maine Miley Cyrus. She is a March 11th, 24 female, sired by Encore and exhibited by Eli Walther. Our reserve champion junior yearling female is entry number 2784. That is RJ Heartbreaker 019. She is a March 15th, 24 female, sired by Trust Fund and exhibited by Reagan Dunn. Third place in that class went to entry number 5119, shown by Maggie Johnson. Fourth place was entry 3935, shown by Rough Water Cattle Company, Alyssa Slimmer. Fifth place was entry number 1460, shown by Cadence Hoy. And sixth place was entry 3480, shown by Lane Bernice. Now in the ring, we have class 1017, that is late senior yearling heifers, January and February.
So we get into our intermediate yearling heifers here on the Angus side. We've had an interesting class here. We've got 4 really nice heifers out here, but there's some give and take. I really like this pair of heifers we bring out first and second. I think the heifer in first, I think she's the most complete heifer. I think she has that rib shape clear to her shoulder blade. She handles herself pretty well out here on the move. Like to maybe lean her up and pull that brisket back into her a little bit if I was going to pick on her, but I think that's being awful picky on an awful powerful female. She has that added muscle shape, still feminine about her makeup through her front end. Going to make a really nice cow. You love the side view of this heifer coming out here in second. A heifer that's really elegant in terms of the way she's designed through that front end, the way her shoulder lays. Maybe not quite the power when we get into her fore-rib area is a heifer that leads off the class. Maybe not quite the muscle shape, but I think that's being pretty picky on an awful attractive female that's really long-sided and ultra-feminine. Heifer coming out here next, I felt most closely followed these two. She has that added power through the center portion of her body, just maybe not designed quite as nice, maybe doesn't take her condition quite as smoothly through the pin area there, but I think a really nice female. heifer coming out here next. I like the design of this heifer on the side. She wants to get just a little more. I'd like to pull her back in on that shoulder blade just a little bit for me. But I think a heifer that's really attractive, really up-headed, has that power through the center portion of her body, and I think going to make a nice cow.
Here in the Angus division, we would like to congratulate your champion intermediate heifer exhibitor Hayden Weaver with EV Sarah's Good Time. That exhibitor number was 78. Your reserve intermediate heifer was exhibited by Paige Atkins with Colburn's Sarah's Dream, a 6/17/2024 heifer with exhibitor number 2402. We are now ready for your junior yearling heifer division. We'll start with your Aprils in class 47. Again, April junior yearling heifers. We have 3 exhibitors. They are in the ring at this time. Their birth dates range from April 3rd to April 24th. We will be ready for our March junior yearling heifer division at the conclusion of this class.
Once again, I'm in awe, and I thoroughly enjoy, the opportunity that I have here. I spent most of my life around livestock and judging teams, and I just can't help myself when I see a class of 4 big bred heifers. This would be a great judging contest class. I wish the officials at some of our events would find these because there's lots of differences, but all 4 are really high quality, and that's just kind of how I was raised, and I see things, and man, I get really excited when there's like 4 in a class, and you just see how they're all put together, and not only from a competition standpoint, but also from a teaching standpoint as well. But here in this show, once again, I think you have an outstanding female to lead this class off. To me, I think the first thing that hits you with her is she's just so complete. I think balance is really the word that sometimes we lose a little track of, but she is extremely well balanced, and she looks like a female, she looks like a cow, she looks like you could turn her loose and she could have a calf every year, and that's what you want. maybe not extreme in really one area, but where there's just no real faults in her, and just a tremendously high quality female that I just see tremendous form, function, and look, and just a really, really quality female to win this drive. The heifer in second, the Baldy with the white belly, I think she's a really good heifer in some areas as well. This heifer doesn't maybe quite have as much on her, which can be to an advantage. Not sure she goes quite as correct right from the hip, right through her hook, out through her tail head and to her hip, but she's set on top of that shoulder. She's got really good bone and foot. She's pretty good compositionally in terms of her shape, and I really do like the condition that she has, but she just doesn't balance quite as nicely, a little bit straighter in her shoulder, not quite as just easy in her stride as the class winner, but again, I hate to even say anything negative about her at all, because she's a quality heifer in her own right. Just want to make sure you understand maybe why she's second. Even if you don't agree, at least give you my opinion. I'm pretty much like that. This next heifer, she's really a functional looking female in through her center rib, really mass written all over her. Again, she's probably not quite as attractive through her shoulder, not quite as attractive through her throat and her brisket. Wants to get a bit rounder out there through her hip, but you want to talk about one that compositionally is pretty powerful. She is a powerful heifer from one end of her skeleton to the other. Again, she should make a tremendous cow and should give you lots of flexibility in terms of how you would choose to use a sire to mate to that one. This young lady's done a nice job all day long showing so far. She's got a sound heifer that gets out and fills her track pretty good. Her challenge just lies in the fact that she's not as correct in her top line, a little bit lower at her hooks, and she wants to get just a bit tighter there through her forerib and heart. But again, I really like the slimness of her neck and throat. I like the attractiveness and the way her head and neck are set up on top of her shoulder. Another heifer that I think is going to make an awfully nice cow. A really, really great class of 4. Congratulations to you all.
Really nice set of spring yearling heifers here. We've got some differences in condition, differences in size. Some heifers that are really good out here. I think on any given day you could shake this up and use any of the 3. For me today, the heifer I'm going to use here in first, probably the most complete in her body makeup. Granted, she's probably got a little bit more condition through that front end, through that muscle over her shoulder blade. Maybe like to stretch that out a little bit, but when you look at this heifer's body, she has that rib shape. She's level through that underline. She goes all the way back in that rear flank with power. A heifer, when we get her out here in motion, she's adequate in terms of flex and reach. I think a heifer just kind of come to the top for me in terms of completeness. Heifer here in second. I love the side profile of this heifer. Maybe like to change this heifer in terms of maybe giving her just a little more flank in her to balance her up underneath. But that's being pretty picky. Ultra feminine, really nice in the way she carries her condition through that front end. A heifer that comes out of the top side of her shoulder blade the way we like to see him in the show ring. Excellent female. Another really complete heifer here in third, a heifer that you really like the shape down her top, a heifer that has that joint work that's really smooth and easy to look at. Maybe like to change the way this heifer's designed just a little bit through that brisket, but I think being pretty picky on an awful feminine female.
Results of Class 47 on your Angus side is as follows. First, congratulations, Madison Bowen with Beaver Creek Black Cap 4111. That heifer was born April 8th, 2024. Second went to McCoy Golf And third, Allison Schultz. In the ring at this time, we have Class 48 March Junior Yearling Heifers. We should have seven heifers that take the whole range of the March division. We do have a write-in, entry number 5917.
I think this is our final class in the sim solution or percentage show before we get into a division, and then your champion female. Going to start with this female here, another really powerful heifer. One thing as you get closer to a 2-year-old, they've been shown a long time and maybe have a little wear on them, and she's maybe not quite as sound as she goes on either end, but man, you get behind her, she's loaded full of just tremendous rib shape, and she's really attractive again up through that front, and another just outstanding female here to start out this class. The next heifer certainly is a quality heifer as well. I think she has tremendous bone. She gets out and moves real free and easy. She's a bit rougher along her tail head, a little bit easier in her top line, and not maybe tied together from one end of her skeleton quite as correctly as the class winner. But her individual traits are quite good. The amount of shape, the amount of bone, the amount of hoof that she brings to class, and still has a very attractive long front. Another real high quality class heifer that's second. She's definitely not at the bottom of this class by any sense of the imagination. Just a really good pair of females.
To get caught up in our SimGenetics show results of Class 1017 late senior yearling heifers, January, February age, first place went to entry number 2478, exhibited by Emma Woodard. Second place to entry number 80, that is Atlee Hoy. Third place is entry number 3336, shown by Colt Harward. And fourth was 3715, shown by Avery Young. Moving on to Class 1018, early senior yearling females. First place went to Ashley Rossignol with entry 4295, and second is entry number 1482, shown by Alexis Kasner. We are now selecting our senior, champion female, and reserve. In the ring, we have entry number 2478 and entries number 4295. And standing as reserves, we have entries number 80 and entry number 1482.
this is our final division here before our champion drive. I can't compliment you exhibitors enough for the quality that you have here. I've always known the amount of quality that is here in the East at this, the Eastern National, the Big E, Harrisburg, Keystone, and I just know this facility has tremendous history of great cattle, and I think the Simmental here so far today is representing their breed and representing the show really well. I think all four of these heifers have tremendous quality. It's going to be a great final drive. But individually, I think all four have value. And it'll be my pleasure to select the champion and the reserve in this division. But maybe we don't have the biggest crowd, but I figure if you got a half a dozen, 6, we got a crowd. 5 at our house is a crowd. So those of you that are in the Simmental crowd, let's give this group a really, really nice round of applause.
Congratulations, and senior yearling champion female goes to entry number 2478. That is WCCO CLAC Bernice. She is a January 17th, 24 female sired by Double Up and exhibited by Emma Woodard. And reserve goes to entry number 4295. That is Dus Jolene. She is an October 23rd, 23 female sired by Just Something About Mary and exhibited by Ashley Rossignol. We are now ready for the selection of our grand and reserve grand champion, Simmental Genetics female. In the ring at this time, we need our junior heifer calf champion, entry number 4491. Our senior heifer calf champion will be entry number 3499. Our champion junior yearling is entry number 1768. And our senior yearling champion will be entry number 2478. Standing as reserves, we will have 1123, 3679, 2784, and 4295.
Extremely competitive class here in this March yearling heifer class. Heifer kind of come to the top for me in terms of completeness. Heifer that maybe has just a little more condition on her than a couple of these out here, but I think she does it and carries it well. I like the fact that they have the ability to do that also. I think these females, as we put them on feed and they get way along in calf, they do need that added condition because they're going to milk down as they get into production. I think this heifer here is one of those kind. I'd love to see her as a 2-year-old. I think she has that added power and dimension to go ahead and look pretty good. Like I say, maybe like to lean her up just a little bit in that neck, but that's being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Really attractive heifer coming out here in second. I took a second look at these two. I just love the design of this heifer from the side. But when we get in there and really get to analyzing the two, maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of dimension and muscle shape to the heifer. It leads off the class. But again, extremely nicely designed female. I love the way she comes out of the top of her shoulder blade out through her neck. Heifer has that body and has that depth of side. Extremely nice female. Really powerful female coming out here in third. She has that length. Maybe like to change the way she gets around a little bit when we watch her in motion. Maybe free her up just a little bit, pick her up just a little bit in behind those shoulders. But again, being pretty picky on an awful nice female in terms of length and power and bone and substance. Just a nice female. Next heifer coming out, kind of most closely followed him in terms of kind for me. She has that added length. She has that softness through the center portion of her body. maybe doesn't hook it all together quite as nice, maybe like to change the way she is just in behind her shoulders ever so slightly, but I think a really nice female in terms of length of spine and muscle shape. Just a nice cow prospect. Really long-sided female coming out here next, a heifer that maybe doesn't have quite the hair that some of the ones above her has, but I think she has the quality. She has that length of spine, she has that depth of side and that levelness through her underline. Going to make a really nice, powerful cow for this young lady. Another really fancy female from the side. I'd just like to free this female up at the ground. She wants to be just a little restricted in the way she moves her shoulder blade off her fronts. But that's being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Really up-headed. Love the way she comes out of the top side of her blade. Just a nice cow prospect. Young lady rounding out the class, extremely long-sided female. We'd just like to see this heifer a little freer, both in her spine and off her rear tube when we put her in motion. But I think a cow prospect in terms of going out and producing something for this young lady. Just a really nice female.
I'd like to catch us here on the Angus side. Results of Class 48 March Junior Yearling Heifers is as follows. Congratulations to Colton Grimm, Exhibitor 4245 with Beaver Creek Black Cap. Second was awarded to our write-in Alyssa Slimmer with 5917 Cool Pines Lady. Third went to Sunrise Sunset Farm with SSF Envious Blackbird. Fourth to Kayla Lippert. Fifth to Allison Schultz. Sixth to Macy Fessler. And seventh to Olivia Ganji. We're now ready for Class 49 Early Junior Yearling Heifers. This will be our February division. These heifers are ranging in age from February 4th to February 26th. We're looking for 10 heifers in this division. Again, we are on Class 49 Early Junior Yearling Heifers here in our Angus division.
Heavy lifting. I was fortunate enough to be able to bring my youngest son with me on this trip, and he had to go back, and he works remote, and he was telling me just yesterday and today, was asking me questions. He's not a cattleman at all. He's a tech, one of those tech guys, but he's a great kid. I'm really proud of him, and we're really good friends, but he can judge. And but he was asking me on the way here, he said, where's one of the best heifers you've ever judged? And I started thinking about it, and I couldn't give him an answer. I said, I got to digest that for a little while. And then here, when I'm looking here at you folks for the championship drive, and I'm thinking to myself, he might have left too early, because some of these females are as good as you'll ever find when you're judging a show, and it makes it so much easier on a judge. The judge can look a little better when you folks, the exhibitors, you're the ones that make the show. The judge hopefully, if the judge has their act together, appreciates every, what's in front of him and gives you his honest opinion. And that can happen to me to a fault. But I'm totally impressed, and I think these top end of your semis is tremendous. I have no doubt that you've done well throughout the year. I'm not smart enough to keep track of where everybody's been, what you've done, but I do know enough to know that most all 8 of these will move the breed forward and continue to move the breed forward. And I also know that if you turn around and go to Louisville or wherever is next, you're going to continue to be very, very competitive no matter where you show. And I'd be real surprised if several of these, whether you're first or second or reserve in a division or even third, that you've been very competitive here throughout. So really exciting for me, real exciting for me to have an opportunity to be here. But I just want to celebrate with you the quality that you have. And it's just been, I could just stand out here and look at these for a while, other than you guys are going to wear down on me. So, but I want to make sure everybody understands how much I appreciate these cattle, how much I appreciate how much effort you put into it. And believe me, it is very well evident. And it's just going to be an honor. I think I could go 2 or 3 different ways, and I could feel pretty good about the direction that we're at. And so with that, I'm going to take a couple more looks, and then I'll be my pleasure to select your grand champion female and reserve here in your percentage or your Sim Solution show. And again, congratulations on a great show. And those of you that are around ringside, let's give the exhibitors a great, great round of applause. These are good ones.
Congratulations, and grand champion female in our Sim Genetics show will go to entry number 2478. Entry number 1768. That is SNSTSS Maine Miley Cyrus. She is a March 11th, 24 female, sired by Encore and exhibited by Eli Walther. Our reserve champion female goes to entry number 2478. That is WCCO CLAC Bernice. She is a January 7th, 24 female, sired by Double Up and exhibited by Emma Woodard. Congratulations.
Extremely nice set of junior yearlings out here. We've got some differences in condition and frame score. Heifer that kind of comes to the top for me is a heifer that's really well balanced. She's adequate in terms of her size and her frame score. We like the way her neck comes out of the top side of her blade. She's level through her underline, has that expansion through the lower portion of her body. When we put this heifer in motion, I think that's kind of where she comes to the top for me. She flexes really nice through her passenger knee. I like the way she gets out and gets around. Just a really nicely balanced female. Next heifer out, heifer with a lot more power maybe than our class winner, but I think with that being said, I'd like to maybe change the way this heifer moves her shoulder as we put her in motion. I think this heifer maybe could be leaned up a little bit, but I think that's being pretty picky on an awful powerful female. You love the way she's designed through that center portion of her body. You like the power she has in her rib cage. A heifer that when we get her out here on the move, she's adequate in terms of her motion at the ground. Just a nice female. Next heifer coming out, a heifer that's really attractive. You know, you love the way she looks from the side profile. Maybe like to give her just a little more forerib to get her any higher today, but that's being pretty picky on an awful nice female. She has that added length of spine, that femininity through her front end. Maybe not quite the power we had the heifer above her, but I think a really nice female. Next heifer coming out here, a heifer that's really well balanced again, a heifer that has that look of Angus cow. She's got that levelness through her underline and her makeup. I like the way she gets out and travels. Maybe not quite the power we had at the top of the class, but I think this heifer's got a lot of future out there as an Angus cow. Big, powerful female coming out here next. Maybe not quite the balance in terms of having that lower rib shape as some of the heifers above her, but a heifer that's really got that added length. She has that femininity, the attractiveness from the side, and still has some power to her. Another extremely powerful female coming out here next. Maybe wants to get outside herself just a little bit and twist off those fronts as she moves away from us. But again, being pretty picky on a female that has some quality in terms of her length of spine and her femininity. Extremely fancy female from the side coming out here next. Maybe like to free this heifer up and get her to where she could stride out just a little bit nicer. Maybe bring that shoulder blade back into her body just a little bit. But again, really powerful in terms of her shape and her depth of side. Really nice female.
Results of Class 49 Early Junior Yearling Heifers for your February division is as follows. Congratulations to Braylon Schaefer with Oak P Queen. Second went to Cassidy Sill, exhibitor number 1794 with Purple Sarah's Dream. Third to Madison Bagley. Fourth to Lydia Kalinsky. Fifth to Kinley Grimm. Sixth to Cayuga View Farm. 7 to Chase Kading. We are now ready for Class 50 Early Junior Yearling Angus Heifers. This is your January division. We have 3 entries. At the conclusion of this class, we will select your Early Junior Yearling Heifer, Champion and Reserve, and then we will be ready to select your overall Champion and Reserve Champion Angus Heifer. Again, Class 50 in the ring, 3 head ranging in age from January 4th to January 30th, 24. Thank you.
We have a really nice bull calf to start this class. I just think from a balance and quality standpoint, this is the soundest bull of the class, the most attractive through his front end, and he holds himself together the best, and I just see the most outcome here. The bull in second, I appreciate his extension. I like the extra length of body that he has. Really a good bone bull. Looks like he's built to be able to potentially cover cows, and I thought he'd logically fit into second. Third and fourth is tougher. The red bull needs to be more attractive up through his front end, but he has more rib and he has more muscle, and he moves a bit better than the bull that finishes our drive. The bull that finished our drive, I think if he can just kind of get himself collected a bit better when he goes, he's got some quality because of his length of skeleton and the amount of extension that he has up front. But today he just doesn't move well enough on either end of his framework to be able to contend.
Results of Class 1023 Spring Bull Calves and also Champion Junior Bull Calf. First will be entry number 2232. That is ERV Good UN 527. It is a March 3rd, 25 bull calf sired by Good As It Gets and exhibited by Paisley Mumford. Second place in reserve junior bull calf will go to entry number 4678. That is MPLF Nitrous, a March 7th, 25 son of Epic and exhibited by Bryce Schuster. Third place is 3537, shown by Tucker Kresge, and fourth place is 4777, shown by Lane Bernice. Now in the ring, we should have Class 1028 Senior Bull Calves, a single entry.
Here in the Angus show and this set of January heifers out here, we've got some differences in frame condition, just all three different kinds of females. I think they're all good in their own right. The heifer for me that suits me the best is the heifer with the most balance, a heifer that has that added rib shape to her. She's really feminine. She's got those straight lines when you view her from the side. Yet when you get around behind her, she has some dimension down her top. She has some base width, a little bit of chest floor to her. She's going to be an easy keeping cow, just a nice female. Heifer here in second. Heifer maybe doesn't handle her condition quite as nice, a little more moderate kind of a female, but I think a heifer that's got some good things about her in terms of producing. She has that femininity. She's got that levelness in her underline. Just like to lean her up just a little bit through that rear underline for me. Heifer here in third, big heifer, a heifer with a lot of power, a lot of bone under this heifer. Maybe like to change the way she hits the ground on her front too for me. Maybe pull her apart just a little bit in that fore rib for me today. But again, if you like big, powerful females, this is one of them. And she's got that added length that we like to see. Just like to change her a little bit in terms of her structure on that front end.
Just have the one entry in semi-bull class here. This guy here, I like he just looks rugged to me. He's a rugged bull, masculine bull, balanced, really sound on both ends of his frame. He's got good shape along his loin edge. He's muscular and expressive out through his quarter. I just think a bull that is just solid, just a very, very solid bull, and he could stand more competition as well. Congratulations.
Catch you up here on the Angus side. Class 50 early junior yearling heifers. First was awarded to Medilla Schaefer, second to Avery Kading, and third to Blair Heath. In the ring at this time, we are going to select our early junior yearling champion and reserve female. From Class 47, Madison Bowen is exhibiting entry 82. From Class 48, your March Heifer Division, Colton Grimm, exhibitor number 4245. From Class 49 is Braylon Schaefer, 1758. From Class 50, we have Medilla Schaefer with 4905. Again, this is the selection of your champion and reserve champion early junior yearling heifer. At the conclusion of this division, we will move into the selection of your champion and reserve champion Angus heifer.
Another quality bull. He gets out and goes. This bull has tremendous rib. He's a really smooth-shouldered bull for as much bone and muscle that he has. He's clean through his sheath. Again, a quality bull that could stand more competition. Congratulations.
In our Simgenetics show, congratulations on senior bull calf went to entry number 3699. That is M.A. O'Neill, exhibited by Avery Young. And congratulations on junior yearling bull and went to entry number 3661. That is exhibited by Madison Young. We are now ready for selection of our senior, we're now ready for selection for class 1036 and senior champion bull.
We have another good bull here in this class. Again, I appreciate his balance, his soundness. Again, he's really got tremendous masculinity, and you get behind him, and he's got the right kind of muscle shape, and he just gets out and moves real free and easy. Just a good bull, and I think he's in a really good working condition now as well. Congratulations.
Well, it's sure gratifying to get these heifers back out here in front, these class winners in their respective seconds. It's nice to go down through here and look and see where we're headed kind of as an Angus breed. And I guess I'm really happy with what we got out here for class winners today. I think these heifers excel in terms of balance. They have that rib shape. They're going to be trouble-free females. And yet all have those little extras. They have that ability to look good from the side profile. When we put them in motion, they want to track out there really nice. I think all these class winners kind of fit this bill. I'm going to go take another look. If you'll give them a round of applause. This has been a really, really nice set of females in this junior yearling division.
In our Simgenetics ring, we are selecting our grand champion bull. In the ring at this time, we have our junior champion bull, entry number 2232. Our champion senior bull calf is entry number 3699. Our champion junior yearling is entry 3661. And our champion senior bull is entry number 4029.
let's give these bull exhibitors in the Simmental a really nice round of applause. And I think we got some real competition, but congratulations to you all. It's the lineup here. I believe the bull that wins our calf class, he's special in some areas. He's really a show bull. I think these other three bulls are quality bulls that are working bulls, and I'm not saying one's better than the other. I think these other three bulls are tremendous bulls that have tremendous value. Be my pleasure to select your champion bull. Before I do, or champion and reserve, before I do, again, congratulations to all of you.
Results of your early junior yearling heifer division is as follows. Your champion was exhibited by Madison Bowen with Beaver Creek Black Cap. Your reserve was exhibited by Braylon Schaefer with Oak P Queen. We are now ready to select your grand and reserve grand champion, Angus Heifer. Those division winners and reserves should be in the makeup area at this time.
In the conclusion of our Sim Genetics show, with our grand champion bull being entry number 4029. That's Willowdale Stoley on Ice, a November 4th, 2023 son of THSF Loverboy and exhibited by Carter Brown. Our reserve bull is entry number 2232. That is ERV Good You, a March 3rd, 25 son of Good As It Gets, exhibited by Paisley Mumford. Congratulations. Congratulations, and first place in our Produce a Dam class for Sim Genetics will go to Connor London.
Attention in the barn. Welcome back here to your Angus division. We are getting ready to select your grand and reserve grand champion Angus female at this time. Your junior heifer calf champion was exhibited by Sawyer McGrew with GCR SGM Sarah's Dream. Your reserve junior heifer calf was exhibited by Piper Cates with SSF Proven Queen. Your senior heifer calf division, your champion was exhibited by Medilla Schaefer with SCC Sandy's Tradition, and your reserve by Jackson Manwiller with SCC Phyllis. From your champion intermediate heifer division, Hayden Weaver is exhibiting EV's Sarah's Good Time. And your reserve intermediate heifer is exhibited by Paige Atkins with Colburn Sarah's Dream. And finally, out of your junior yearling division, Madison Bowen is exhibiting your champion with Beaver Creek Black Cap and Braylon Schaefer with Oak Proven Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome our champions and reserves back to the ring as we select our champion Angus female here today. I would like to introduce our judge while he reviews our Angus heifers in selection for his champion Angus female. Brian Agree resides in Montana. His first show he judged was in the early 1990s in Reno, Nevada, and since then he has judged at some of North America's premier livestock events, including the National Western Stock Show. Brian has been in the cattle business for 40 years, growing up in the industry and then working for a number of operations, including Beartooth Angus Ranch. He established his own ranch with his family in Beartooth Mountain region. Buragee Cattle Company is a seed stock operation and runs about 200 head of Angus cows yearly. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and thank Judge Buragee for being here with us today from Montana.
Well, extremely nice set of females here. As we went through from junior heifer calves all the way up through our full bred heifers. I guess my hat's off to you as breeders at this show. You've brought a really well-balanced set of females, heifers that have a lot of quality to them. There was not a class that I can remember today so far that we've had a definite last place heifer. I think the quality's been excellent. These heifers are the kind that I like. They're the kind that have that added dimension in terms of rib shape and muscle shape. You get to analyzing them up close. They have some chest floor in them. They have some base width when you view them from behind. Some real true internal dimension, and I like that in cattle. And then we like all the bells and whistles. We like the heifers that come out of the top side of their shoulder blade really nice and extremely feminine out through that front end. They show some breed character about their head. And yet when we analyze them from the ground, we want to see that soundness. We want to see those heifers that reach out and take a nice full stride and flex in all their joints. And I think all these heifers that we have out here as division winners and reserves fit that bill. I'm going to take another look. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause on a really, really high-quality female show. Thank you.
And news from the Angus division, your grand champion female out of your junior yearling heifer division was exhibited by Madison Bowen with Beaver Creek Black Cap. And your reserve grand Angus female was exhibited by Braylon Schaefer with Oak Proving Queen, also from your junior yearling division. That does conclude our Angus female selection on our Angus side. We will start our bull class here shortly. I've just been told that they will be taking your Angus female division winners first, so we will need a few minutes to get that rolling. We will then move into our Angus bull show. We do not have a large bull show, so when you start bringing your bulls ringside, you might as well bring them all, and we can move through that division at a timely manner. Again, we have selected your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Angus female and are taking pictures at the backdrop at this time.
Results of our premier exhibitor show in SimGenetics. We have a tie between Avery Young and Paisley Mumford. So could we please have a representative come to the table? And our premier breeder is SNS Simmentals. Congratulations.
Welcome back to our Angus show. We are going to go ahead and get rolling into our Angus Bull division. Our first Angus Bull in the ring will be Class
60?
In the ring right now, we have your bull calf, a single entry. This calf was born March 15th, 2025. Junior bull calf, single entry in the ring.
Awful nice Angus bull calf to start off our show. He come out here as a single entry. This bull has a lot of good things about him. He has that ruggedness through his bone work. He's got that muscle shape. He's got that early sign of masculinity. A bull that you just love the power he has. For a March bull calf, this is an awful nice bull.
Results of your junior bull March division is as follows. Congratulations to Chad Hiskamp. First with CNC Farms, Chaz Finn. We are now going to have Class 60B. I know this is out of order in your program, but Class 60B is in the ring, single entry by David Bell. This bull was born February 28th, 2025.
Currently in the ring, we have Simmental Class 900. That is cow-calf pairs, 3 years and younger, with one single entry.
Yeah, really nice. As we start our purebred show, this is a really good pair right here. These two here could play at a high level. Quality calf here, but I really love this cow. I think she's good-legged, good bone, good udder, and it's a beautiful fronted heifer, or a beautiful fronted cow, I should say, but she's got a youthful look, and she's going to be good for a long time. Congratulations to you both.
Congratulations, first place and champion cow-calf pair in our Simmental show. We'll go to entry number 4256. That is an HCH Tuckaway Lucy pair exhibited by Henry Stocks. Now in the ring, we should have Class 904. That's late spring heifer calves, April in age.
Another single entry here in our February class, a bull that's really attractive. This bull is really clean in his makeup, really clean through that sheath. You love the length of spine he has. You love the youthfulness about him for his age. I think this bull's got a lot of future. It'll be interesting to get him back out here.
Congratulations, your junior bull calf from your February division was exhibited by David Bell with BNR The Show. Exhibit 4598. Into the ring this time, we do have a large class of January bull calves. Junior bull calves are headed in the ring. We're looking for 6 entries. Again, we have 6 entries. Bulls in this class range in age from January 2nd to January 27th. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion junior bull calf.
This first calf class we have, or the second here later this morning, going to use the more extended of the pair. I think she's a really attractive heifer that's built really well from a profile, yet she has some depth to her rib and shape to her from behind, and I think she's got lots of outcome. This heifer that's second, as she should be, she's pretty green yet. Again, I think there's a lot of future in her as well. It's probably one of the first times she's been shown, but boy, she's sure built very well at the ground, and she's extremely attractive. High quality pair of females to start our female show.
Results of Class 904 late spring Simmental heifer calves. First place goes to entry number 3355. That is RWFC Bet on Nora, exhibited by Colt Harward. Second place is entry number 3433, Pondview Ebony, shown by Isabel Smithson. Now in the ring is Class 905, early spring heifer calves. These heifers are all March in age.
Interesting set of January bull calves here. The bull I'm going to start off with probably does the most things right for me in terms of the way he's put together. He has that added depth of side. He has some masculinity to him. He has some muscle shape started. He's lean in his condition, a bull that's got a lot of future left in him. I think this bull's really sound when we get him out and move. He just kind of comes to the top in terms of balance and being trouble-free for me. Bull coming out here in second. I really admire the performance and the design of this bull in terms of his length of spine. Maybe not quite the softness to him that we have in the calf that starts off the class, but he has that added length. So there's a little bit of a trade-off between these two, but I think two excellent bulls here at the top of the class. I love the performance and the length in this bull coming out here in third. If I could change this bull through that front end, maybe lay that shoulder into him just a little nicer at this stage of the game, I would probably he would easy be my class winner probably. I think this bull's got a lot of muscle shape. He's got that added masculinity. He's got an awful lot of performance at this stage of the game. But I think I'd just like to lay that shoulder in just a little nicer for me today. Pair of calves coming out here next, just giving up performance. I think they're made right. They have that soundness to them when we get them in motion. They have that added length. I think these two calves got a lot of future. They're just giving up too many pounds for me in a bull show to the bulls that were at the top of the class. Bull coming out here, rounding out our class. I really like the muscle shape in him. I would like to make this bull just a little bit sounder when we put him in motion. I'd like to see him handle that front end just a little nicer when we get him out on the move. But again, bull's got some muscle shape. He has that top in him. He has that added length. I think just a really nice bull at the end to round out our class.
On your Angus side, the results of Class 60A Junior Bull Calf is as follows. First was awarded to Piper Cates with SSF Sanctuary. Second to Fritz and Nancy Fry with Fries on Point. Third went to Chad Hayskamp with CNC Farms Armstrong Andy. Fourth to Daniel Reynolds. Fifth to Jillian Weaver. And sixth to Alicia Lane. In the ring at this time, we are going to select your champion and reserve champion junior bull calf. From Class 59, we have Chad Hayskamp with CNC Farms Chaz Finn. From Class 60B, we have David Bell with B&R The Show. And from our last class, we have Piper Cates exhibiting SSF Sanctuary.
I'll be the first to tell you that these calf classes can be really challenging. You know, you want to judge what's right in front of you, but you can't hardly help but think about, you know, where they may be as they continue to grow and mature as they go into the winter shows. But I really didn't have a lot of trouble, in my own opinion, starting with this female here. I think she's the high quality heifer of the class. She has a great look from a profile. She has outcome, but yet today she has plenty of rib shape. She's got plenty of just natural shape when you look at her down her top line. And I like the width to her chest floor because it starts with some width, but it goes up into an angular front end. And I think she's sure sound enough to lead off the class. Not 100% sure how to stack this heifer here in next. She's probably the stoutest, has the most to her of any heifer of the class. I think she's going to be a durable type of a heifer throughout her show career. If we can keep her just clean enough up that through the front end, she could probably tie her in just a nickel better there through her shoulder. But at the same time, I still like to have bone, width, substance. She provides a lot of that in this drive, and just not quite as attractive from that front 1/3 of her skeleton compared to the class winner. But other than that, she may have the most pluses in terms of bone and mass. I really, really love the profile of this heifer in third. And if you're on the ring side and you're just looking for a calf that you can build around, this heifer's got a lot of good in her. She's just pretty darn green and just isn't quite stout enough to run with the heifer in second. Isn't quite enough to her in through her center body compared to the class winner. But she's a beautiful heifer, and she, I think, has a lot of outcome potential. The heifer right below her isn't quite as slim in her neck, maybe doesn't have her neck set quite as high up there on the top of her shoulder, isn't quite as flexible from behind. But again, boy, she is awfully, awfully attractive, and I think she could, too, just has potential to be a really nice bred heifer. And she has an advantage compared to the heifer right ahead of her in that she's got just a bit more spring to her rib. This heifer, easily real green, not as uniform in her top line, not quite as stout or have as much width base, but at the same time, again, correctly designed, very nice profile, just not enough heifer today. The heifer that finishes the class, no question, she has as much rib, has as much muscle as any heifer of the drive. She just isn't correct enough on either end of her framework. She just really wants to be a bit tighter as she goes from behind and just not as correct at the surface. But a strong class, a little variety there, but a very, very strong class from top to bottom.
Here in our junior bull calf show on the Angus side, we had 2 single entries, and then we had a class of about 5 or 6, and I think we had some real quality out here. I guess as we get them back out here, I'm really tickled with the quality and the balance we see in these bulls, yet they still show me some masculinity. They have some breed character about their head, bulls that are going to go on and do a whale of a job in the pasture like next summer. I think as we go through these bulls, we have to keep in mind that they do have a job later on, and I think these young calves are well on their way. I'll go show you the way I like them today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of your junior bull calf division is as follows. Your champion was awarded to Piper Cates with SSF Sanctuary. That was a January 17th, 2025 bull. And from our first class, class 59, your reserve is exhibited by Chad Hayscamp with CNC Farms Chaz Finn. We're now moving into our next division of bulls. We have both Class 63 and Class 64 in the ring. I believe both of them will receive a blue ribbon for that exhibition, and we are going to go ahead and select our champion and reserve champion senior bull calf at this time. We have exhibiting Circle R Angus from Class 63. Your late senior bull is born 11/3/2024. And from Class 64, your early senior bull is also exhibited by Circle R, and that bull is a October 30th, 2024 bull. We're going to go ahead and let our judge select our champion and reserve champion senior bull at this time, and then we will be ready to select your grand and reserve grand champion bull here at the Keystone International Livestock Show. Additionally, we do want to announce that when we pick Supreme tomorrow, your Supreme female will be awarded from Trailers. They are sponsoring again a trailer this year. That trailer, as you can tell, is not on display here in the show ring, but in the trade show this year. So again, your Supreme Champion female is going to get the trailer sponsored by EMM, and that is on display in our trade show area.
Really nice pair of bulls here for our senior calf division. I think these bulls are really close. I think you can do them either way. For me today, the bull that's going to lead off the class, I just think he shows me just a little more stifle, a bull that has just a little more muscle shape for me today. A bull, I like the way he holds himself together when we put him in motion. He's got that added masculinity about his neck, but yet he's got a nice shoulder blade on him. Bull that's really up on he's got that deep hoof. I just think he's a really nice breeding piece. Bull here in second, probably just a little more length of spine, maybe just a little more flex, but with that being said, he's down on his heel just a little bit if you got to pick on one. But I think this bull's going to go out and do a whale of a job too. Really extended out through that front end, has that nicely laid in shoulder blade, just a really functional kind of an Angus bull.
Results from your champion senior bull drive is as follows. Circle R Angus exhibited Circle R Platinum from class 64. Exhibitor number 3242 is your champion senior bull calf, and your reserve was also exhibited by Circle R Angus with Circle R Laramie, and that exhibitor number is 3235. We are now going to select your grand champion Angus bull at this time. Your junior bull is being exhibited by Piper Cates with SSF Sanctuary. This bull was born January 17th, 2025. Your champion senior bull calf is again exhibited by Circle R Angus, and this is Circle R Platinum with a birth date of October 30th, 2024.
In this February class of purebreds, really good heifer to begin the class. I just think she has the most balance. She is the most attractive, and she handles herself at the surface as well as any heifer in the class. And I appreciate her shape to her center rib. I really appreciate the amount of shape she has from behind. I thought she won the class, even though it's a challenging class from top to bottom. I didn't have a lot of trouble just making that final call. After that, though, I will tell you, I think the next 2 or 3 or 4 are pretty tight, or 5, and certainly you could rearrange how you choose to rank those. This red heifer, when I got right behind her and I stood in front of her, I said to myself, this red heifer may not be as attractive as some on either side of her, but I'm here to tell you that's a pretty darn good red female. She's good at the ground. She's proportionally, I think she has as much loin, as much quarter in her as anything in the class, and she's got that neck set up there pretty good, even though she's carrying a little bit more throat. I think there's plenty of outcome in that female, and I'm really happy that in my own mind that she can sit right there in the second position. Third, I really love the extension and the profile of this female. She's a pitcher from the side. Don't think she goes quite as easy from behind today, but there's going to be outcome for her. She's a bit green compared to the first 2, but boy, I tell you what, that's a nice female. She profiles nice. She's high quality through her front end. She can move, just not quite as much to her, and you get right behind her as compared to first and second, but she could sure push them as we go here into the winter. Red heifer here, I'm supposed for some, as you're viewing the class, you could drop her down on her flank. maybe give her just a shot more quarter, but her basic design is what I like. Her top line is really true and even, level from hooks to pens, really laid in there correctly and through her shoulder. This heifer, I think, proportionally has more to her rib. She has more potential fleshing ability as she goes. At the same time, she wants to get a little rougher at her tail head, a little bit easier right behind the top of her shoulder. This young man's female, she's pretty green right now, but boy, she's good too. You look at her alignment in terms of her top line, the way she lays in there from hooks to pens, and her tail head, awfully good, just pretty green yet today to run with these heifers above her, but I certainly wouldn't quit showing that one. The next heifer here, lots of maybe more muscle, more bone, more rib shape than those on either side of her. Just a bit more plain through her shoulder, a little more plain up front. Wants to get a bit tight in her forerib. Next heifer here just doesn't want to get out and move quite as free and easy, and her biggest problem is she's just pretty green and pretty thin in her condition at this juncture. I really like this pair of exhibitors here working together. I hate the fact that they're at the lower end of the class, but their heifer just needs to be a little bit stouter, and her bone work needs to just be, maybe she's a bit green, and we just need to give her just a little bit more rib and body to have her run with the upper end of the class. But congratulations on a great job. If that is a father and daughter, that's what it's all about. So congratulations to you.
Here on the Angus side, as we move into our champion bull, we didn't have a lot of bull numbers here today, but I think what we had was really high quality. And I think when you look at these division winners and their respective reserves, you can kind of see what we're looking for. I like those bulls to have a little bit of length, but with that length, we've got to have some ease of flesh and some doability, and I think the depth of rib and spring of rib has something to do with it. I like to see cattle that have some base width, and I think all these cattle do. They've got some chest floor, they have some base width between their back legs. I like to see a little muscle shape. And I think all these bull calves have that as we view them out here. It just comes down to some little things. And for me, I'm going to take one more look. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. And I want to thank all the exhibitors and the people that manage the show here for having me. I think we've had a whale of a show as far as quality. Not deep on numbers, but a lot of quality. Congratulations. I'll go take another look and pick your champion.
In our Simmental show, results of Class 906, the February heifer calves, first place went to entry number 1765. That is JSUL Stunner Rose, exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. Second place was entry number 4677. That is Something About Lola, shown by Bryce Schuster. Third was entry number 3932, Third is entry number 2702, shown by Zoe Baker. Fourth is entry number 2107, shown by Carmelie Pritchett. Fifth is entry number 3932, shown by Carter Brown. Sixth was also shown by Carter Brown, 3926. Seventh is entry number 3491, shown by Donald Barron. Eighth was entry number 4257, that is Henry Stocks. Ninth was entry number 2294, shown by Charmeg Akers. Now in the ring are the January heifer calves.
Your results of your bull show is as follows. Your grand champion Angus bull was exhibited by Piper Cates with SSF Sanctuary, and your reserve champion bull was exhibited by CNR Angus with CR Platinum. Thank you all very much for being here today for our Angus show. Pictures are taking place at the backdrop. At this time, we'd like to announce that your premier Angus breeder was Washington Farms and Allison Schultz. And your premier exhibitor is Piper Cates. Again, your premier exhibitor is Piper Cates. Your premier breeder is Allison Schultz and Washington Farms.
This is a fun class to judge and highly competitive all the way down. But these first two are really big time, and take nothing away from third and fourth either. But this young lady's got herself a special heifer. Just go ahead and bring her out there, Sunshine. Beautiful heifer up through her front end. Really a good bodied heifer. Extremely sound on both ends of her frame. Just a really, really, really high quality heifer to lead off. The next heifer, no question, she's really got tremendous amount of bone and body, and she's a great heifer up through her front end as well. She may toe away just a little bit behind and not quite as correct right there along her top line. That's being real picky because that's a great heifer. Those two are big time. I would not argue with anyone if wanted to switch that pair. Those two are really, really good in this judge's opinion. This heifer gets a bit greener compared to first and second, but boy, she's awfully good. Really high-headed, really profiles extremely well, gets out and goes free and easy, just maybe not as extreme in terms of quality compared to first and second because they're out there a little ways. This heifer here is certainly one of the good heifers in terms of balance and correctness. Again, maybe set out a little more on her shoulder compared as she blends into her forerib. I don't think she's got too much shoulder. She just doesn't blend in quite as nicely right there behind her shoulder as those ahead of her, but really a nice female. This heifer just needs more substance and more body put on her framework. The next heifer just needs to be a bit more attractive, but she's got maybe as much shape and as much muscle and as much bone as anything in the drive. And the heifer that closes the class is very, very green, and she comes up just a bit more refined in her makeup, but she's a beautiful heifer up through her head and neck, really a nice heifer along her top line as well.
Results of Class 907 Junior Heifer Calves, January and age. First place goes to entry number 3503. That is MMK AG. She's a Sweet Deal, shown by Mila Mills. Second place is entry number 1124. That is Just So Rosie, shown by Tim Schaefer Cattle Company. I'm sorry, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. Third place goes to entry number 1219. That is Haley Blatt. Fourth place is entry number 2303, Cadence McGivern. Fifth place is 4490, shown by Lydia Covert. Sixth is entry 1361. That is Harper Miles. Seventh is entry number 3493, Donald Barron. We are now ready for the selection of our Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve. In the ring at this time, for selection of champion, we should have entry number 3335, entry number 2819. We have 1765 and 3503. Standing in our reserve line, we should have 3433, 2313, 4677, and 1124. Could I make a correction on the last class, please, for those following along in the catalog? In order, it would be 2, 7, 5, 4, 3. The next entry is a scratch, 1, 6. I apologize. Again, it is 2, 7, 5, 4, 3, scratch, 1, 6.
This is a strong, very, very tight decision here as we go in our champion calf drive. And I think as a breed, I'd be happy for you folks and you exhibitors, you want high quality at the high end. And boy, I think these first 3 or 4 in this division are really, really, really good. And I know they're really valuable. But here, before I select your champion and reserve calf, I'd ask you to put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors for a great set of calves. It'd be my pleasure to select your champion and reserve calf. Congratulations again.
Congratulations, and Junior Heifer Calf Champion will go to entry number 3503. That is MMKAG. She's a sweet deal, a January 3rd 25 female that is sired by broker and exhibited by Mila Mills. And reserve champion, junior calf, is entry number 1124. That's JSUL Rosie, a January 21st daughter of Something About Mary, exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. Congratulations. Now in the ring, we have Class 9-10, winner heifer calves, a single entry.
Just one entry here. This is a really good heifer. I mean, doesn't take long to see how she could compete against other heifers in the same division. She's a sound, good body, really good in her composition. I like her with the frame. I like the amount of shape she has from behind, and still she's yanked up there really nice up there through her front end with a quality head and neck. Congratulations.
First place in Class 9-10 will go to entry number 986. That is BPF Daisy Dukes, exhibited by Premier Farm Simmentals. We're now ready for Class 9-11, senior heifer calves.
this fall yearling class, I think these first two heifers separate themselves in the fact that they just have more mass, more substance, more bone. And of the pair, I just opted for this young man's heifer. She's so much smoother through her shoulder. She's much nicer at her tail head, and she really gets out and goes extremely well. I see a lot of future in that heifer. Congratulations, big man. I like this heifer in second a great deal just because she's really easy fleshing, very sound on both ends of her frame, tremendous shape when you get right behind her and when you're in front of her. She's maybe not quite as attractive up through her front end and maybe a little higher there in her tail head than preferred, but I just love her bone and her width, and she's going to make a really durable, long-lasting type of a female. Congratulations. This next heifer, she's got the pieces, she's just not assembled as correctly as we'd like. This heifer here is really wide-bodied, really big-ribbed, tremendous top in her, and she's long up through her front end. But again, she's kind of put together a little bit by committee, as they say, maybe a little more throat and brisket and a little bit softer in her top line. But she's a really quality heifer. Again, it looks like she'd be an awfully nice cow. The final two heifers are good heifers. They're straight in their lines, they're big framed, they're extended. I just like to soften them up at the ground. This heifer has more bone, she has more rib, just not enough softness and cushion on either end of her skeleton to run with the others. And then the heifer that closes the class, love her extension, love her smoothness, her femininity that she has up through her front end. But on the downside, she's just a bit tighter in her heart and shallower through her flank, and we just need to lengthen her out in her stride. But quality class from top to bottom.
Results of Class 911 Simmental Senior Heifer Calves. First place is entry number 3600. That is JSUL Rosie 4764M, exhibited by Bennett Palmer. Second place is 2804 CCSJSDQ 57G96M, shown by Michaelan Helmke. Third is entry number 2110, shown by Carmelie Pritchett. Fourth is entry number 2527, that is Castle Valley Farms. And fifth is Premier Farms entry 985. We will now select our senior heifer calf champion and reserve.
Here in our fall division, our senior calf, really quality pair of heifers, all three heifers actually, and I think competitive, for sure competitive for reserve in this division. I really appreciate the balance and the soundness and the smoothness that our Class 2 winner brings, and she'll be your champion in this division. Congratulations there, big man.
Congratulations, and champion senior heifer calf will go to entry number 3600. That is JSUL Rosie, shown by Bennett Palmer. And reserve goes to entry number 2804. That is CCSJSDQ 57G, shown by Michaelan Helmke. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 914. That is late summer yearling heifers. I show a single entry.
just the one entry here. Again, I really like this female because of the way she's built up through her front end. Extremely attractive, very feminine. Really like her basic design. I think from a profile and at the stand, she's awfully good. We can loosen her up just a little bit when she goes behind, but I think a quality heifer that can certainly hold her own, I think, in a bigger class.
Congratulations on results of Class 914, the late summer yearling heifers. First place went to entry number 2470. That is PVSM GG's Overture, exhibited by Powell Valley Simmentals. Now in the ring is Class 915, early summer yearling heifers.
a very close pair, I think, in first and second. But what I like about this female to start, I just think she takes a longer stride on both ends of her framework. And then on that stride, I just see so much rib and mass and muscle and still a very functional, feminine, maternal-looking front end. And that's what allows her to win. I love the top line strength and the hip in this heifer that places second. Again, if you prefer this heifer over the heifer in first, I wouldn't disagree with you. This one I don't think moves quite as free and easy on her, particularly from behind, as does the class winner. But again, her top line and her trueness and levelness out through her hooks to pens and her smoothness in through her shoulder are tremendous. Just not quite as sound and easy striding as we had in the class winner. Compositionally, I really like this heifer because she's thick and she's muscular and she's got plenty of rib and looseness to her framework. Not as attractive, a longer top line, not as attractive through her front end as the two, but she's really muscular, really powerfully built, a quality female as well. The heifer that closes the class, she's smoother in her shoulder, a little longer in her framework than the heifer ahead of her, but she just doesn't have quite enough bone, not quite enough substance through her center skeleton, and she doesn't want to move quite as free and as fluent as the heifers that sorted just ahead of her.
Results of Class 915, the early summer yearling heifers. These are May and June females. First place goes to entry number 1359. That is ERV Black Satin, exhibited by Harper Miles. Second place is entry number 3849. That is SVJ Shania Star, exhibited by Jacob Mankey. Third place goes to entry number 2297. That is shown by Mackenzie Umana. Fourth place goes to entry number 3517, shown by Isabella Haley. We are now selecting our intermediate heifer champion and reserve.
Once again, pretty competitive division. Not as many cattle here, obviously, in the fall classes, but good cattle. I'm gonna, as I just evaluate the three of them, I think the one that adds the most pluses with soundness, dimension, and just gives you a really good maternal look will be this young lady's heifer. She'll be your champion in this division. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, and champion intermediate heifer will go to entry number 1359, ERV Black Satin, a May 3rd, 24 female sired by JBSF Berwick and exhibited by Harper Miles. Reserve in the intermediate division is entry number 3849. That is SVJ Shania Starr. She is a May 3rd female sired by Knockin' Boots and exhibited by Jacob Mankey. We are now exhibiting Class 918 late junior yearling heifers. We'll take a quick moment here in the ring to remind everyone that 3MM Sales and Service, that has always sponsored a trailer for the Supreme Champion female of our show, which is awarded on Saturday night, is again sponsoring that trailer. It is normally parked here in the ring for everybody to view. However, this year it is being displayed in the trade show area. It is lettered and ready to go for whoever wins Supreme Champion on Saturday evening. So again, we want to say thank you to 3MM Sales and Service for their support of the show, and good luck to every grand champion of each breed.
I thought a logical place to start here in this set of April females. I see her as being the most correct at the surface. I like the cushion that she has on her pasterns on both ends of her frame. Big-bodied heifer, really functionally designed, looks like a female, looks like a cow, and still has some shape when you get on the top side of her. This Baldy that comes next, there's a lot of pluses in her as well. She's long-framed, really has tremendous substance to her center body. Maybe not quite as fluid on either end of her skeleton compared to the class winner, but that's being pretty picky because, man, she's very attractive, correct in her lines, big-bodied, lots of hip in her, and I think she's going to make an awfully nice cow for a very long time. Congratulations. This heifer here at the end of the class, this young man's doing a really nice job. This heifer's got rib and muscle and shape. Unfortunately, she just wants to get a bit straight in her shoulder, and when she goes behind, she'll want to get to be just a bit tighter when her hock and her pastern hit the surface.
First place in Class 918 late junior yearlings will go to entry number 5012. That's Miss Sangria, exhibited by Catherine Rapp. Second place is entry 2536. That is CVS Timmy Travel Giddy, exhibited by Castle Valley. Third is 3488, shown by Donald Barron. Now have Class 919 early junior yearling heifers, March in age.
Pretty easy to like this female that wins this class. Really, again, it begins when you take the first look. She just has an elegance about her. She's really extremely attractive from a distance, from standing at a profile. And she gets out and goes really fluid on both ends of her frames, got her neck set up there on the right side of her shoulder, really smooth in her top line, really correct when you get behind her, and still very uniform in her body depth, just a quality heifer to win. This other heifer that placed in second, she's not a bad female at all. She has tremendous shape. She's a big-bodied female. She gets out and moves adequately well. She's just a bit deeper chested and just a bit tighter moving when you get right behind her compared to our class winner.
Results of Class 919 early junior yearling heifers, March in age. First place went to entry number 4411. That's JSSUL Flirt Away, shown by Blake Kitzmiller. Second place is 3424. That's RDSA Big Shot Dixie, shown by Brooke Coble. We are now ready to select champion junior yearling heifer and reserve.
quality keeps coming. I know we need to fire up probably here, myself included, as we're getting closer to the end of the heifer show. All four of these heifers certainly have a place here, but I think these two class winners separate themselves a bit, even though they are a bit different in their makeup. Boy, this Baldy is extremely attractive, really, really sound, and just built especially well. And our heifer that wins the class right before that, she just has cow prospect written all over her, extremely good in through her rib and her top, and still has a very strong maternal look. Just a really nice pair of heifers, even though they differ just a little bit in terms of their composition and their makeup. Let's give these exhibitors a really nice round of applause, and I'll go get your champions.
Congratulations, and champion junior yearling heifer will go to entry number 4411. That is JSUL Flirt Away, a March 4th female sired by broker and exhibited by Blake Kitzmiller. And reserve champion junior yearling is entry number 5012. That's Miss Sangria. She is an April 23rd daughter of Something About Mary and exhibited by Catherine Rapp. Again, congratulations. Now ready for class 922, late senior yearling heifers.
I'm sure there's several that don't know me, but I get pretty fired up when I see good livestock, and I really, really, really consider it an honor to even be asked to do this show or to do any show for that matter. And I hope no matter what happens in the show that I hope you can walk away that I could at least give you my honest opinion. And I'll be the first one to admit it. The more you know me, I mean, I can be kind of a bit of a nerd or a bit of a dork and say some really unusual things sometimes. But I just speak from my heart, and I speak from my love, and I just love working with young people and their livestock. And I've spent my entire life working with kids and working with collegiate kids mostly, and I've got some kids actually that I've been working with on the Illinois 4-H team that are coming out today and competing tomorrow that I'm really excited for. And this place has great history, and I'm just flattered that I got asked to be here. And this class really gets me fired up, not because maybe the best one's in here necessarily, but you really got to put your thinking shoes on these first four. I think all four of them are really good purebred Simmentals, and I think all four of them can certainly contribute to the next generation, and that's what we're always trying to do, not only get good ones now, but to get good ones that are in their belly now, and then the ones that you breed into next. And so, you know, I really compliment you, and I thank you for even considering me as a judge, and I'm really, really impressed with what I've seen so far today. This heifer here, I think she wins in I shouldn't say I think, in my heart she wins first. She's really good in so many areas. There just really isn't a whole lot wrong with her. I think, again, I've always been taught to just try to pick totals and balance and the most of the best. I mean, I'm be the first to admit if we get the single trait selection, we're always going to be in trouble. And I suppose there's areas where you can change each one of them, and that's the love of, you know, that's why we like doing all this. But I just really like her immensely. I don't know how she'll fit in here as we get down with the champion drive as we go, but I just think soundness, balance, eye appeal, and how well she's presented allows her to go ahead and win. I mean, she is tremendous. I mean, tremendous out through in terms of her length of stride, her softness on both ends, and the way she is built at the top of her shoulder and as you go back from hooks to pens. I'm not so sure this heifer in second isn't a heifer that just brings a bit more pluses in terms of individual things. When you get right behind her, she's got more quarter, she's got more top. She might have a slight edge in just foot and bone. I don't think she goes quite as easy behind as the class winner, but man, she is a beautiful heifer from a profile. I mean to tell you, she's stout, she's attractive. You guys got her looking good, and she's a big-time female to me as well in this purebred division. And it's hard to stand here and be honest with yourself that you got to beat one like that. There's a lot of pluses in this third place heifer. When you get right behind her, she doesn't have quite as much muscle, quite as much top shape. But other than that, you want to talk about building one that looks like a cow. That one looks like a cow that you could see coming over the hill and think, man, that one's pretty cool, because she is cool. She's really smooth, really sound at the surface. She may be closer to second than she should be at third, but she isn't quite as, when you get right behind her, she gets a bit flatter on me. But boy, you talk about one that has the potential to be a great cow prospect. I think you got a lot of versatility on the sire side there. This young lady's probably disappointed to be fourth. She should be, because she's got herself a good one as well. She gets a little bit outpowered in this drive just because the first three are so good, because this one's balanced, sound, has good shape, probably doesn't maybe have as much honor as the others, which could be an advantage. Just maybe not quite as extended up through her front as the other three, but that's a quality heifer as well. This heifer here, she's a little bit plainer up front, a little bit higher in her tail head, but in terms of just her rib and her capacity and her dimension, there's a lot of good in that heifer as well. This Baldy here, need to fix her just a bit when she goes, but from a smoothness and composition standpoint, she beats our red heifer. If you want to just add muscle and add width and structure, then this pair of ladies that are leading this heifer, she got yourself one that'll work. She gets a little bit rounder to run up with some of these heifers that are elite at the top of the class, but in terms of just power and mass, she certainly brings it. So congratulations to you all. I enjoyed judging that class.
Results of Class 922, the late senior yearling heifers in our Simmental show. First place will be entry 1892. That is JSUL Special Rose, exhibited by Bristol Demery. Second place is 4929. That is JSUL Fancy Rose, shown by Alyssa Slimmer, Rough Water Cattle. Third is entry 2667. That is James Hicks. Fourth is entry 3610, shown by Gavin Palmer. Fifth is entry 723. That is Abby Wolball. Sixth is entry 2112, shown by Prayerly Pritchett. Seventh is entry 2111, shown by Carmely Pritchett. We are now exhibiting Class 922B, the January late senior yearlings.
Pretty easy decision here. This young man's red heifer is really nice. I think, again, she's balanced, tremendous mass, still is extended through her front end. Just a really, really good kind of a female and a great cow prospect. The heifer that places second, need to probably give her more body, more flank to run with a red one, but you have to appreciate her smoothness, her up-headedness, and she gets out and goes pretty good. She just doesn't have as much to her as the red heifer.
Results of Class 922B. First place went to entry number 3924. That is Carter Brown. Second place to 3514, shown by Josephine Tommel.
This pair of coming twos, or I guess maybe they are 2-year-olds here, pair of quality heifers. Both of these heifers are good. I'm going to start with the black heifer. I just think she's a little bit more correct in her composition up through her front end, a little more extended in terms of her framework, and she's a bit softer in terms of her walk and has more cushion, I think, on both ends of her frame. I really like the body mass she brings, and still in a very, very attractive profile. This red heifer's really good too. If you, young lady, you should be proud of this heifer. She's really high-headed. I'll bet she's done very well. She's kind of a little bit maybe at the end of her show career. Maybe wants to get a bit tighter as she walks from behind today. But boy, you talk about one that has some natural width of skeleton and still not overly wasteful. That is one powerful female. Just doesn't move with quite as much cushion and quite as much flex as what the class winner does here today. But so I know she's had to have had some good days with that body and build and that look that she brings to us up through her front.
Results of Class 923. First place will go to entry number 4407. That is Black Satin L821, exhibited by Caden Roberts. Second place is entry 2221. That is Winslow's Ginger Honey, shown by Paisley Mumford. We are now ready for the selection of the senior heifer champion and reserve.
second behind this one? Okay. No problem. Guess we're waiting on a second. When's she due?
She's due first part of January.
Cool. What'd you breed her to?
Lover boy. Hoping for red baldy.
Yeah. Very nice. Well, good luck. She's a good heifer.
Thank you.
Yep. Guess we're waiting on one more. Little confusing. When's she due to calf?
February 1st.
Cool. What'd you breed her to? That's okay. That's okay. She's like pretty due to me. That's nice. Guess we're waiting on one more.
Okay.
So your arm has to be a little stronger for a little longer.
Got it.
Nice heifer you got there, boss.
Thank you.
You got a good run with her, haven't you, probably?
This is all in her second.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. We're really just getting ready for more stuff. So,
Good for you. What's next then?
probably years ago.
Cool. Good for you. Yep. Nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
When did she do the calf?
February.
You know who she bred to?
Better than that.
Cool. Good luck, boss. Love her, boy. I like that. You ought to be able to make a good red ones. It's all right. They sure have a place, that is for sure.
Either want to be a red baldy heifer or solid black gold.
There you go. Oh, she's nice, really nice. We're waiting on a second place, I guess. Unless they tell me to go.
Move on. Yeah.
Okay.
Do it. Just do it.
Okay. Okay, we're back. We're fired up here. I think this division here has been very, very, very strong. All three of these heifers, depending on how, your preference in terms of what you're looking for at your individual operation, there's things you can do here in this division. I like what this young man just told me because I'm a sucker for these red baldies, and he's got himself a really good one. These two black ones, though, today are just a little tough to get around, and I'm going to choose to keep those two black heifers together. But before we go, let's congratulate all three of these exhibitors because they're really, really, really powerful. Congratulations to you all. Here comes our second place behind the red. Young lady, you're doing a nice job. Thank you for coming out. Great baldy heifer. Finished, follows up with the red heifer really, really nicely. Really good shouldered, really smooth in her makeup. Not quite as much total mass in through her forerib and flank to contend with the others, but a really powerful set of females.
Results of that division in the Simmental show. First and champion will be entry number 1892. That is JSUL Special Rose exhibited by Bristol Demaray. And reserve is entry number 4929. That is JSUL Fancy Rosie exhibited by Alyssa Slimmer Roughwater Cattle. Now in the ring, we will have Class 923 early senior yearlings. I apologize. 923 has already been selected. We are now selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females. In the ring at this time, we have our Junior Heifer Calf Champion, entry number 3503. Our Senior Heifer Calf is entry number 3600. Our Intermediate Female was entry number 1359. Our Junior Yearling was entry number 4411. Our Senior Yearling was entry number 1892. And our last division was entry number 4407. Our reserve line will stand as entries number 2804, 3849, 5012, 4929 and 2221.
This is pretty exciting, I think. There before I was talking to you about how much I enjoyed doing this, and it matters what you folks think on the side. I just probably won't pay attention to it, but because I'm going to do what I think is right, and that's what I got asked to do. But I'll tell you what, one thing I know is right is these are good. You should be really proud of the purebreds that you have out here. these could run with anyone in the country. These could run with any show in the country. You guys know that. I know it. And there's a lot of direction I think a judge could go here for champion and reserve. And I think that's all you can ask for in a show. The competition has been really strong. And I know there's a lot of great Simmental families that have came to the show. And I know the Keystone International Livestock or Beef Committee has to be really, really pleased with the show that you have here and the quality that's out here in the arena right now, because, boy, I tell you what, the champions this morning with the sim solutions and then your champions here are pretty darn good. I mean, I'm standing here thinking, I kind of got my champion picked, but there's a lot of ways I could probably go for reserve. So I'm going to take a little more time maybe than I want to, but I'm just wanted you to know I'm totally impressed with what you've brought here before us. It's a great honor for me to be here. I truly, truly consider it to be an honor, and makes me very, very happy that you have such good quality. And I'm not going to say I'm surprised at all, because I know how far your breed has come along, and I know how many young people show this breed, and how many producers and breeders there are that are doing a phenomenal job. And I collect a lot of beef carcass data in my career as a professor at Black Hawk College, and a lot of my former students are doing a lot of judging now, and I hope as an institution that I hope that we are representing your breeds and representing your shows very well. But I'm wanted to mention to you that I have collected a lot of beef carcass data on some Simmental cattle in Illinois that have been raised by the University of Missouri. And I'm here to tell you that, man, the number of primes, the number of higher choice cattle that are being sent to harvest is very unbelievably impressive, and still maintaining like a yield grade 1 or 2. It's been an interesting research that I've done for the association, and I've thoroughly, so I just wanted to share that with you, because on the other side of the show, results are very, very impressive. So with that, congratulations to you all. I know you probably have a really sore left arm from showing here for quite a while and getting organized here towards the end of the show. But again, I'd like to thank the Keystone Beef Committee for asking me to judge, and the Simmental Association for having the patience to have me judge, and all my helpers, Monica and the crew that have let us have fun. I know we still have the bulls to do, and it'll be fun, but I just wanted to make it clear when we have a really nice crowd. I would really ask you, before I pick your champion reserve, I think I could go in a lot of different directions and be very, very happy. I know that may not be what you would necessarily want to hear, but at the same time, I think the champion's really special, but there's a bunch of them that are right there with her. And but before I make those calls, I'd ask that you put your hands together and congratulate all the exhibitors for a great, great female show. I just wanted to mention that I tell you what, this heifer calf down here is in contention, and I think she's a really, really cool heifer. The next heifer, I really like the way she's made, and there's a lot of value in this baldy heifer, a very functional heifer here that's next, and then the senior yearling down here on the other end is a really, really awesome potential brood cow. But in that division, that class, I thought it was really tight. And I think the logical decision is to keep that pair of heifers together. This heifer in front of me right here will be a reserve grant. Congratulations to you all.
Congratulations and grand champion female in the Simmental show. We'll go to entry number 1892. That is JSUL Special Rose. She is a February 2nd, 2024 female, sired by Something About Mary and exhibited by Bristol Demery. And reserve champion is entry number 4929. That is JSUL Fancy Rosie 4435M. She is a February 22nd, 24 female, sired by Copacetic and exhibited by Alyssa Slimmer, Roughwater Cattle. Congratulations.
As we begin the bull show, we just have one calf here in the first class. Red bull, really sound, really easy striding, and got plenty of shape as he goes. Pretty rugged made for a calf. Just going to be, I think it'll be fun to watch him go. Really high-headed. Just a good bull here to start our show.
Results of Class 929 late spring bull calves in our Simmental show. First place will be entry number 5013. That is RRFAM Rollin' on Red, exhibited by Catherine Rapp. We now have Class 930 early spring bull calves. Shows 2 entries.
Really a good one here to start this class. Not real hard to find. I think he has a chance to be really, really special. You just study him at the surface with the way his pasterns and his toes are there, and then the cushion that he has on both ends. Then you go and look at how high-headed he is and the amount of shape that he has at this stage. Really, really a powerful bull. I think that could be really, really good as he goes. This next bull perhaps has more performance, just a bigger bodied bull, but he's not put together quite as sound on either end of his frame. But I really appreciate his bone, his shape, his muscle, just not quite as smooth in his total package as a class winner. Good pair of bulls.
Results of the early spring Simmental bull calf class. First place goes to entry number 3403. That is CLO Nobleman 74FN, exhibited by CLO Simmentals. And second place is CVS Rocky 97N. That is entry 3247 and shown by Castle Valley. Now we have Class 931. These are junior bull calves, February in age, single entry.
Got a really nice single entry bull here. This guy is extremely correctly balanced, and really liked his head and the neck that this guy has compared with his foot and bone, and that's a pretty damn nice bull. He's top, hip, quarter. Be fun to watch that guy go. Congratulations on bringing such a quality bull.
Congratulations on first place in Class 931, Simmental Junior Bull Calves, February aged, goes to entry number 5606. That is SFIHOEL Class Act 504N, exhibited by Scott Shockey. Now ready for Class 932, Junior Bull Calves, January in age. And we have 3 entries.
I think a close pair between these 2 bulls that are first and second. I opted for this red bull. He just got more bone, more muscle, more shape. Is he as correct as the second bull? I don't think so right behind, but this bull still moves out just fine. He's real high-headed. He brings us a really good profile. I just like the overwhelmingness that he has in the class in terms of his rib, his muscle, and his quarter overpowers second and third. Second place bull's a good bull. He's smoother than the red bull through his shoulder. Probably has more cushion as he goes away from behind. But he gets pretty flat when you get right behind him comparatively. But a good bull really has an outcome to him, I think, and just not quite as much shape. The bull that finished the class, he's just too green in his makeup. He's good in his structure and his pattern, his profile and design, but he gets a bit flatter and more refined in his structure and just needs more substance to compete with the other 2 bulls.
Results of Class 932 Junior Bull Calves January in age. First place is entry number 852, Simi Valley Nutcracker. That's exhibited by Simi Valley Simmentals. Second place was entry number 19, MVSC Rose Above the Next Level, shown by Mission Valley Farms. Third place is entry number 2293, exhibited by Charmeg Acres. We're now ready for selection of the Junior Bull Calf. In the ring at this time, we should have entries number 5013, 3403, 5606, and 852. Our reserve line will stand as 3047 and 19.
I know we're kind of getting to the shorter rows of the show, but if you're not watching, you probably should watch. You got some nice bulls here in your calf class. Pair of bulls right here in the center of the ring that really elevate, I think, a tremendous pair of bulls. The red bull down here on the end that wins the first class. I sure like how he's built from the shoulder forward, that length of neck, and the way he sets his neck on top of his shoulders is really powerful. The red bull on the other end, as I said in class, is tremendous bone, tremendous foot, really, really good. This bull in second, or the second class winner, there's a lot of value in this guy, in my opinion. He gives up a little weight maybe to the next bull right behind him, but man, he's really built amazingly well at the ground. And then you get right behind him. Proportionally, he has as much or more shape as any bull in the drive. That guy, I think, has a great future. The black bull that places first in the third class, this guy from a profile, he's really easy to like. I mean, really correct in his top line, really correct out through his hip. A little more slack frame, maybe you're a little more relaxed in his frame when you get in right behind him. But a really good pair of bulls here. Going to use the younger bull for champion, come in right behind with the Class 3 here for reserve champion. Congratulations to all you calf exhibitors.
Congratulations, our junior bull calf champion is entry number 3403. That is CLO Nobleman 74FN. He is a March 2nd son of Remedy, exhibited by CLO Simmentals. And our reserve junior bull calf is entry 5606. That is SFIHOEL Class Act 504N. A February 13th son of Loverboy, exhibited by Scott Shockey. We are now ready for Class 936, that is Senior Bull Calves. Attention in a barn.
As I said, if you're not watching, you should watch. This bull here that wins this division, he's a incredibly good bull. I mean, my golly, he is so good at the ground, and his natural shape from behind, coupled with how he's built from the point of his shoulder forward. And I think he's better when he gets in motion even, because he just pulls his top line together. That guy's going to do a lot of winning if they continue to show him, but he's going to breed some good calves. I really like him a lot. Not trying to overwhelm the second place bull, because there's a lot of value in him as well. He doesn't move quite as fluidly as the class winner, but you want to just talk about adding bone, adding volume, adding muscle. This guy here can do it. I mean, he is really, really built, extremely powerful from one end of his skeleton to the other. Today just gets overpowered by a little smoother made bull that just gets out just a bit freer and easier. Good pair of bulls in this champion and reserve in this division.
Senior Bull Calf results in your Simmental show. First place and Senior Bull Calf champion will be entry number 3406. That is CLO Mandate 6DM, exhibited by CLO Simmentals. And second place in reserve Senior Bull Calf will be entry number 987. That is BPF Roll the Dice, exhibited by Premier Farms Simmentals. We're now ready for Class 944. That will be early junior yearling bulls.
as I said earlier, and I don't want to take too much longer here as we go, as we're getting closer. But man, I tell you what, in a judging contest, if you had these 4 bulls, I would love to see how all the coaches and so forth place these, because you could place them different ways. That pair of red bulls are a pair of really good bulls. This guy here, he's unique in some areas. It'd be fun to put together. They put some Simmental performance numbers on these guys, and it could get really good, and I think, again, really educational. I opted to use this black bull mostly because he's just stretched out over a little bigger kind of a frame. Plus, he's incredibly sound on both ends of his structure. When he's on the move, he's really good, but he gets a little deeper chested relative to this flank and out there through his hip. But boy, I tell you what, he's sound, big-footed, and an awfully good bull. Both the red bulls, I think, proportionally have more muscle. This young lady's red bull that's in second is powerful. You want to add muscle, you want to add bone to the next generation of red ones, this guy can do it. I mean, he gets out and moves real free and easy. He's got a tremendous amount of shape to his top, through his hip. Just maybe not quite as extended up front as the bull that wins, but a guy could certainly use him and justify him winning the class. This bull that's in third doesn't balance up quite as correctly as first and second. He wants to get a bit deeper through his chest compared to his flank. But again, tremendous muscle shape, tremendous muscularity when you get right behind him, and he handles it pretty darn well when he goes in motion. This bull that places fourth in the drive, smooth, long-bodied, extended kind of a bull in his framework, but he doesn't move quite as correctly when you get in right behind him, and he wants to tighten up ever so slightly there through his flank.
Results of the early junior yearling Simmental bull class. First place goes to entry number 3781. That is SVJ Brooks Reckoning M109, a January 6, 2024 Son of Reckoning exhibited by Valerie Snee. Second place is entry number 2108. That is AAS Risky Business, shown by Carmelie Pritchett. Third place is entry 3522, shown by Isabella Haley. Fourth place is entry 2307, shown by Cadence McGivern.
We just have one entry in this class, and I think, again, a quality bull in his own right. Like to give him a bit more flex when he goes behind, as he wants to stick his hock out and just be a little bit tender when he goes away. But his extra length of frame and the amount of muscle shape that he brings to the class through his loin and out through his quarter is really good. He's a big-framed, extended, long, lean bull that I think, again, will make the next generation have leaner cattle that continue to add muscle.
First place in 947 and also senior champion bull will be entry number 5829. That is SSC Grazed and Unfazed, shown by Jeffrey Lapp. We're now ready for the selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion bulls of the Simmental show. In the ring at this time, we should have our junior bull calf champion, entry number 3403. Our senior calf champion is entry number 3406. Our champion junior yearling bull was entry number 3781. And our senior champion bull was entry number 5829. To stand in the reserve line, we have entry number 5606, 987, 2108.
Again, I want to say thank you to the Simmental breeders and thank you to the Keystone and Beef Committee for asking me to judge. It's been a great honor and it's been really fun and the quality has been outstanding. I think here in the bull drive, we've got a little variety maybe, really probably a little more strength than the younger classes. But this bull here in third, in the third position, it wins the third division. Sound, big, long, extended. You know, that guy's got some good in him. And the bull that wins the fourth division, you know, he's a powerful bull in terms of from a muscle standpoint. I really like that red bull that's behind this black bull as well. I'm still trying to decide if I made that right decision. I'll just tell you like I see it. I think that pair is pretty close in their placing. And that pair is a pretty darn good pair of bulls. They may not get quite a sniff of it here in the champion drive, but I just want to let you know this judge's opinion in terms of where I see you and where you fit, because they're really good bulls. This calf, I think he might have as much outcome as any bull that we have out here. I get a little reluctant to use calves a lot of times, maybe in my own mind, because I just like to see a little bit more maturity, you know, but this one's pretty rare because you can't really appreciate him as much until you get right on him. And then you see how high-headed he is and how he's tied into the top of his shoulder and then out through his hip. That guy has a chance to be really, really, really cool. This bull that wins the second division, as I said in class, really good. High-headed, really well-balanced, heavy-boned, unbelievably sound, big hip, love his testicle, love his sheath size. And that guy there, if you just talk balance and what adds and subtracts the most pluses, that guy hangs in there incredibly well. Before I select your champion in reserve, once again, congratulate to all you guys. And congratulations to all of the breeders here on a great show. I wish you nothing but the very best as you continue on. Let's give these bull exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll finish it up.
Congratulations and Grand Champion Bull of our Simmental show will go to entry number 3406. That is your senior calf champion, CLO Mandate, an October 24 son of Woodford, exhibited by CLO Simmentals. And reserve will go to entry number 3403. That is your junior bull calf champion, CLO Nobleman, a March 25th, 25 son of Remedy, also exhibited by CLO Simmentals. Congratulations.